Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the war in the Middle East. It has entered its third week. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Where's the clock? Oil market opens in 1 hour and 53 minutes and 37 seconds. So we're going to see what the price of oil does. It hasn't been open since Friday. After it closed, President Trump announced that the U.S. had bombed military targets on Iran's key oil facilities. Well, key oil production island, Karg Island. Production island, shipping island. It's an island, key oil-related island. 90% of Iran's oil gets exported through Karg Island. So on Friday, after the oil market closed, President Trump announced the U.S. had attacked military targets, not oil infrastructure targets, on the island. So we're going to see what happens to the oil price in light of that in 1 hour and 52 minutes. Our viewer Neo thinks this is going to go on for years and decades. We're going to start timing people out. If people from now on, if people keep mentioning the clearly false claim that BB is dead, we're going to just start timing them out. Okay, mods? Enough of it. Enough. I will time them out. Mods will time them out. But it's enough already. Okay. Now, let's see here. Our viewer Ron Kuby thinks there's no end in sight. Hey, thanks to, by the way, thanks to JM1 for the membership. Thank you. Thanks, Adam Gendrisic for becoming a member. Thanks, Lotto the Gamer. And thank you. And also, hey, Thomas P0419, who's given so many memberships, has given more memberships to people. So please thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you so much, Thomas from Sweden. And also, hey, thanks to our mods who are here. We have modding right now. Roberts May Queen is modding. Thank you so much. Oh, and thank you, Thomas, again from Sweden. Thomas P0419, thank you. Roberts May Queen is modding. Thank you, Roberts May Queen. We have moderating on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Idaho Star, Surly Devin, Tariag. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And, oopsie. Thanks to Margaret Riley, who's moderating over there on on Facebook, sorry. Hey, also thanks to Rachel Louise Gibson for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. And for subscribing. Thanks, Christy Claff, for subscribing on Facebook as well. And thanks also, hey, Pat W gave people memberships. Thanks so much, Pat W. And Prep Mom gave people memberships. Thank you to Prep Mom. And Teppy gave people memberships. Thank you to Teppy. Please thank them if they gave you a membership. That's really nice of you. Thanks everybody for the memberships. So we're certainly going to keep an eye. Oh, and also Frosty gave people memberships. Thank you, Frosty. Wow, that's really nice of you. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the oil market. And as of Friday, when the oil market closed, I think it was around 103 for Brent crude. Yes, 103.1 for Brent crude and roughly 98.7 for WTI crude. So we're going to be seeing what happens with the oil market in about less than 2 hours now. Thank you also to FlesherNet for the memberships. That's really nice of you, FlesherNet. Thank you. I kind of feel like maybe things, I mean, there's clearly a war going on, and there's clearly, airstrikes going on, and Iran is still firing rockets and not rockets, missiles and drones, and Hezbollah still fires rockets and drones, and Israel and the US are launching strikes. But I kind of feel like it's maybe on a kind of a simmer level right now, as strange as that might sound. As an example of that, there have been no Iranian attacks on ships in the last 72 hours. But at the same time, the Strait of Hormuz is basically still effectively closed. So, it's kind of like let me just, unless I've missed something the last hour or so. No, I'm looking at it right here. And then I'm certainly still hearing about strikes, in Iran, and Israeli strikes in Lebanon, and, Iran retaliation. It doesn't seem to me like we're hearing about it as much as we had been. Tepe says it's been quiet. So again, I don't want to say nothing is happening. Clearly there are, very powerful strikes happening, and missiles being fired, and rockets being fired, and drones being fired. That's all happening. It just, to me, feels like, maybe it's at a bit lower level. And what I don't know is, part of that could be, there's, for example, Israel and US, they probably had a list of targets. At a certain point, you hit the targets on the list. Maybe they have fewer targets. Also, munitions could run low. You could run low on munitions, or run low on missiles. But also, it could be that, kind of each side, one side is waiting for the other. If you're Iran, maybe you're waiting to see, is the US going to launch some kind of ground operation? The US is bringing in thousands more Marines in the next week or two. Are they going to launch an operation to take Karg Island or something? Or to, try to open up the strait some other way? I don't know. So, it's, we'll have to see. I kind of feel like maybe it's all kind of now there very well could be negotiations going on we don't know about. But based on what we've heard, I kind of feel like it's a sort of waiting for the next big thing to happen, or waiting for one side to make a big move or something. Kind of what it feels like to me. But who knows what's going on, behind the scenes. I'm going to show you the update about the shipping, though. Alex thinks it'll go on for years. Chef thinks it will result in many casualties on both sides. Abel says U.S. just building up their arsenal even more. Geespam said Israel said they still have 1,000 targets to hit in Iran. I didn't see that comment. Maybe they did say that. I'm not saying it's not true. Bob Smith says it was $98 last Sunday. Y'all said it was reaching 150 to 200, still around the 100 mark. Marcus Maximus thinks Iran regime just needs to outlast changing U.S. government. No One Special here now says take the shoreline and set up anti-air. You think there could be some operation on the shoreline of Iran by the U.S.? Khan says it's a weekend. They'll wait until tomorrow. They are resting. Rick thinks Iran is waiting for the ground troops coming, saving their armory. Hey, thank you to Fast Peak over there in Switzerland. Thank you so much, Fast Peak. I appreciate that. Let me show you guys the. Oh, thanks. All right, so let's look at this update from the UK MTO. I need to get it on the screen so you can actually see it. Let's look at this. They report on shipping attacks, UK MTO. So this is from today. They say the regional maritime threat environment across the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman remains critical. No confirmed vessel attacks have been reported during the past 72 hours. However, the overall maritime threat environment remains at a critical level due to the recent attack patterns, continued navigation interference, and persistent operational disruption to include port facilities across the region. Confirmed maritime incidents since the 1st of March 20, but none in the past 72 hours. Historical traffic in the Strait of Hormuz is 138 vessels a day. The current observed Strait of Hormuz traffic is 3 vessels a day. Widespread and consistent GNSS interference. That's Global Navigation Satellite System. They say the current strike pattern on ships reflects a campaign aimed at broad maritime disruption rather than selective vessel targeting. Recent incidents indicate that attacks are no longer confined to transit corridors and may occur across a broad operating area of the Arabian Gulf, including anchorages, ship-to-ship operations, and port approaches. By the way, the Arabian Gulf is the same as Persian Gulf. There are different names that are used for it. Arabian Gulf is primarily used by Arab nations in the region, says Wikipedia. There's an article on Wikipedia called Persian Gulf Naming Dispute. Yeah, so anyways, no attacks for the last 72 hours, but only 3 ships went through the strait in the last 24 hours. And it's possible those are all with the approval of Iran, because there have been stories the last couple of days of Iran letting, for example, I read a story about Iran letting 2 Indian ships through and they had talked about it with the Indian government. So that's kind of stalematey, right? You have no more ships being attacked, but essentially no ships going through, and no kind of attempt to escort the ships through or to use military force at this point to open the strait. That feels a kind of stalematey to me. Now, that obviously will present economic problems for the world if that keeps going on and on and on, because 20% of the world's oil flows through there. Asif said Indian ships, no one else. I'm not positive if the ships yesterday were all Indian ships. 6-Foot Tree says, how long until the people of Iran are able to vote for a new leader? Now, this might sound crazy. I have a bit of a possibly crazy sounding theory. Hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. So President Trump went, I'm right that he went to Florida for the weekend, right? Yes, President Trump is in Florida. So another theory is that President Trump would wait to make any big moves until after the weekend, till he's back in DC, if he's going to do something big. I don't know that. It's just a theory. Because he's got to approve the U.S. military stuff. I don't know what you think of that. Twitch thinks Trump is out of options? You know, when is his trip to China? Somebody mentioned his China trip. I don't know when that is. One of the viewers said he started the war when he was there. Trump's China trip. Hold on. I have to look this up. Maybe I'm wrong. That was just a thought I had. Jillian says he launched the war when it was in Florida. All right. Well, if you look, I said it might sound crazy to you. DMFS Squiggle says, I can't think of any reason to send the thousands of Marines if not for some sort of ground operation. Someone said Steve's X is paywalled. Yeah, if anybody, I posted on my X about this. For a couple of years, my X is not paywalled. What happened is X offers a subscription option. So a couple years ago, I turned that on. It's basically just bonus content. It's extra content that if people want it, that I would not actually have posted otherwise. And you basically don't see it if you're not a subscriber, which is fine. It's fine. You're seeing my regular feed. It's all free like it always was. But what happened is a few weeks ago, X started showing all of these like subscriber posts to non-subscribers, and it made it look like all these people messaged me and they said, why did you paywall your X? So I actually posted it was my pinned post on X for a couple days explaining all of this and saying I didn't paywall anything. It's the same as it is the last 2 years. The regular feed on X is all free as it has been. Nothing has changed with my X. So I'm sorry for the confusion, but if you're wondering, I didn't change anything. It's the same as it's always been. Just in case anyone was wondering. I appreciate the X subscribers, but it's like a fun extra thing. It's not the regular feed. Ooh. I think there's a new report from Institute for the Study of War with some military analysis. We might have to look at that. I'll have to check up on this. Christ Marinescu is watching from Romania. I just saw something. There was some sort of alert. There was a one rocket alert in northern Israel. I assume this is for a rocket fired from Lebanon. I need to pull up here. You can keep an eye on Intel cams over on YouTube if you want. They have some cameras that sometimes show interceptors going up and that kind of thing. Mitchell Pilot says Trump was in Florida during the military launch on both Venezuela and Iran. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you, Paris AHNR. Thank you. And Mike from Jersey, thank you for being a member. Nooney says super tanker charter rates have gone way up. I'll have to see if I can find anything about that. I've read stuff like that, but I don't have the facts handy. I mean, Morningstar had an article back on 11 days ago about how the rates to charter large oil tankers had nearly doubled. Oh no, it had nearly doubled in recent days. That was an article from 11 days ago. Oh, I forgot what I was going to check here. Let's see here. Ooh, we're going to have to look at this report from the Institute for the Study of War. They did a little kind of update today about the war. We're going to have to look at this. We're going to look at that shortly. Hey, thank you, Rooster D. Thank you, Rooster D. Yes, oil opens at 6 Eastern. We're going to be showing it. We're going to be telling you what happens with that when it opens up. Al Arabi is reporting new Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon. I just want to make sure I'm not listing any big things the last few minutes here. So just give me a moment here. Give me a moment. I think we should look at this Institute for the Study of War update here. Then we'll take some more of your comments and questions. Oh, what is this coming from? Hang on, let me check something here. I just saw something interesting. Al Mayadeen claims that Israeli media is claiming there's going to be a bunch of Hezbollah rockets fired tonight, but I haven't seen that in Israeli media yet. Times of Israel reports that, and Reuters report that Israel and Lebanon are expected to hold talks in the coming days aimed at securing a durable ceasefire that will see Hezbollah disarmed. We'll have to see how those talks go. There's reporting that Israel is planning a major invasion of southern Lebanon, but I don't know if that's actually going to happen. Hey, thanks to Holy Earth. I appreciate that, Holy Earth. Thank you. Why don't we talk about this? There's an update here from the Institute for the Study of War. I haven't even read this yet. The war in Iran, operational progress, but challenges remain. It's a new report they put out today. I'll post a link to it in the chat. I'll leave the camera on. Lindsay says, I think oil will open over 100. Well, it closed. Brent crude on Friday was 103. Alvaro Maravilla says, what do you guys in the chat think oil price will be when it opens? Hey, Hasseldehoff says, didn't Israel already try going into southern Lebanon? Taxi Saxy says, do you think the Oscars will be in danger tonight? The Oscars is tonight, correct? I mean, I'm sure that they're taking major security precautions. True Blonsar viewer thinks Israeli media is busy trying to cover up lack of interceptors. All right, let's talk a little bit this Institute for the Study of War report here. They gave a little update today, and let's see what they have to say. I'm going to read some of this. I posted the link in the chat for you, understandingwar.org. Oh, before I do that, I got to put my X account on the, I want to pin my X account. Maybe the mods can pin it on, I'll pin it on YouTube. If the mods can pin it on Twitch and Facebook, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so Institute for the Study of War says, the war in Iran is currently in a phase in which the military trajectory is relatively positive. I guess this is for the U.S. The U.S. is steadily destroying Iran's ability to use its most essential tool in the war, drone and missile attacks, which in turn underpin the entire Iranian strategy. Iran has still done some damage to U.S. forces, and it is still firing drones and missiles, although the overall attack rate is slowly decreasing. These attacks still pale in comparison to the major attacks Iran sought to conduct in an existential war and have caused neither operationally significant damage nor widespread casualties. The U.S.-Israeli combined force will need time to achieve its military objectives and prevent Iran from inflicting another further political and economic pain upon the U.S. and its allies in the region, but the campaign remains incomplete and it is too soon to forecast its outcome, says Institute for the Study of War. Declaring it an operational failure is unquestionably premature. Now, this is interesting. This is from this Institute for the Study of War report. They say, Iran has developed and sought to implement a multi-pronged theory of how it will defeat the United States and Israel in a major existential conflict. This theory is that inflicting enough political and economic pain upon the United States, Israel, and America's Gulf allies will make the combined force cease its operations. The Iranians have developed 5 lines of effort to compel the U.S. and Israel to end the war. Drone and ballistic missile attacks to inflict U.S. and Israeli casualties and economic damage in the Gulf. Drone, missile, and naval attacks, including mines, to disrupt shipping in the Persian Gulf. proxy attacks from Hezbollah and other Iranian-backed groups, global terrorism, and cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. The U.S.-Israeli combined campaign has focused on stopping drone, ballistic missile, and traditional naval attacks most urgently because these assets are the most essential Iranian tools that Tehran needs to execute its strategy. Both aerial and naval drones remain a threat to shipping and oil infrastructure in the Gulf, and the threat of Iranian mining of the Strait of Hormuz remains real if complex. The combined force will likely knock the drone and missile threat down to levels that would permit renewed maritime transit through the Strait of Hormuz if the current campaign succeeds in its aims, but oil and shipping prices depend in part on the risk tolerance of third parties, so even an immediate end to the Iranian threat may not cause prices to drop quickly. So again, we're reading this update from the Institute for the Study of War, but they point out how, again, Iran's theory of defeating the U.S. and Israel is to inflict enough, not military pain, inflict enough political and economic pain upon the U.S., Israel, and America's Gulf allies that will make the combined force cease its operations. Let's see what else they have to say here in this new update. The ISW says, Iran's military weakness relative to the United States led it to adopt an asymmetric strategy against Washington that seeks to outlast Washington rather than to militarily defeat it outright. We've been talking about that. Iran's not going to try to defeat the U.S. military head-on. They can't do it, or the Israeli military. The various lines of effort that comprise the strategy have changed over the years, but during this war, Iran has relied on the 5 key efforts outlined above. Iran has likely calculated that if these 5 prongs cause U.S. casualties, drive up oil prices, and impose economic costs on both the U.S. and its Gulf allies, the U.S. and Israel would make a political decision to end the war without achieving their objectives. Iran's naval and aerial drones, missiles, and fast attack craft are the critical requirements for its approach, however. These assets can cause the most lasting damage to oil markets and the most consistent and highest casualties, and thus impose the most severe political pressure. Global terrorism, cyber attacks, and proxy attacks are less effective and impose only limited political pressure on the U.S. government. Naval mines, which could close the strait, will be cleared in time. The ISW continues, the U.S.-Israeli combined campaign, which has focused on stopping missile and drone attacks as soon as possible, is successfully limiting attacks on U.S. partners and interest in the region. The combined foreign force began this effort on the first day of the campaign and has gradually decreased Iran's ability to fire missiles and drones. A senior Israeli military official said Israel has destroyed or rendered combat ineffective between 260 to 290 of an estimated 410 to 440 missile launchers. The Iranian missile force troops are reportedly also demoralized, deserting, and refusing orders, according to Israeli intelligence. The campaign has struck down launchers, though neither the U.S. nor Israel has released information about the numbers or type of drone targets struck. Oh, the campaign has struck also drone launchers, but neither the U.S. nor Israel has released information about the numbers or type of drone targets struck. Iranian ballistic missile and drone launches have, in any case, decreased gradually since the beginning of the war. Some individual drones have penetrated air defenses and caused politically unacceptable damage to oil infrastructure, but the overall trend in attacks is overwhelmingly positive. And I will show you this. Here is a chart from the Institute for the Study of War, which shows you the ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones launched at the UAE, as an example, during this conflict. You can see that number of drones. The number of missiles has obviously dropped greatly since the first couple days, but that number of drones has dropped significantly in the last week or so, from over 100 a day to about 30 a day. 6 in the last day. I'm going to post a link again to this report so you can read the whole thing and see the chart yourself. Oh, they actually have more charts. These are the ones. Launched at Saudi Arabia. Number launched to Saudi Arabia has actually increased some during the past week or so from previously. Then it launched at Bahrain has pretty much been pretty small the last week or so. Now, the Institute for the Study of War says there is little to no evidence that Iran is holding missiles or drones in reserve to expend after the U.S. and its allies run out of interceptors. Drones, of course, are intercepted by air-to-air missiles and machine guns, not expensive Patriot, THAAD, or Arrow ballistic missile interceptors. And some commenters have alleged that Iran is hoarding advanced missile systems to fire after the U.S. and its allies are out of interceptors, but there is still little to no evidence to support these assertions. Iran is using advanced missile systems, including the Sejil, the Khorramshahr, and others to target Israel. There is no publicly available information at this time about the type of close-range and short-range ballistic missiles fired at the Gulf states or U.S. bases, so it is impossible to assess whether Iran is using advanced missiles to target the Gulf. ISW says holding missiles in reserve would be a gamble that Iran could not afford in any case. Such a gamble would assume Iran will retain sufficient launchers to continue firing advanced missiles once the U.S. expends all its interceptors. The validity of this assumption is unclear because the U.S. and Israel are systematically rendering Iranian missile launchers combat ineffective. The gamble also assumes the U.S. will run out of interceptors before Iran runs out of missiles, and Iran has no obvious way of accurately assessing the U.S. or Israeli interceptor stockpile. Hoarding missiles in reserve will do Iran no good if it cannot launch them or if they get shot down before they reach their targets. ISW also says Iran also almost certainly lacks the command and control necessary to execute a centrally directed operation that prioritizes certain munitions over others, even if it wanted to. Iranian officials in November said they would launch thousands of missiles targeting Israel in any future war, indicating that Revolutionary Guard commanders likely expressed a desire for mass attacks to their subordinates before the war. Tehran has repeatedly noted it has decentralized its operations and adopted a fire-at-will approach in response to U.S. and Israeli decapitation strikes, however. Any change in strategy during the war to focus on cruder systems or intentionally withhold missiles for later strikes would require central direction to ensure the different elements of the organization respond as headquarters desires. The combined force attacks on Iranian command and control and military leadership have very likely disrupted Iran's ability to manage such sophisticated central planning and direction of its missile operations. So basically what the Institute for Study of War is saying is they don't think Iran is holding missiles back to wait for the U.S. and Israel to run out of interceptors. They don't see any evidence of that. And also they say that would require this centralized control, command and control of the military, which they don't think exists right now. And just going to finish up reading this report here. It's quite interesting. I'll post a link again to the report in the chat. Institute for the Study of War says the U.S. Central Command clearly planned to suppress Iran's maritime attacks, regardless of the administration's reported surprise at the intensity of the administration's reported surprise at the intensity of attacks in the Persian Gulf. The campaign to suppress maritime attacks, water-based attacks, has multiple phases, or attacks on ships, has multiple phases that mirror the phases of the overall campaign: suppression of enemy air defenses along the coast to enable additional strikes and helicopter patrols, suppression of Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks, destruction of Iran's navy, and ultimately the defeat of Iran's anti-ship missile and drone capabilities. Suppressing air defenses, the ballistic missile and drone attacks, and destroying Iran's navy will support successful operations to suppress Iranian maritime attacks. The completion of these three tasks will enable the U.S. Navy to undertake defensive operations on behalf of merchant shipping with minimal interference. Meanwhile, air assets can undertake offensive operations to suppress Iran's naval and aerial drones and anti-ship missiles targeting maritime shipping. The last Iranian attack on merchant shipping was on March 11th. Though it remains unclear if this is because there is less shipping transiting the strait, or due to military operations that suppressed Iranian capabilities. Well, I'm also wondering if couldn't it just be Iran saying, why should we bother attacking now if there's nothing going through? Although that might be their first option they mentioned here. Iran may decide to mine the straits if it has a much more limited ability to target shipping, but mine-sweeping operations will eventually clear the strait and open it to traffic. Iran must also calculate the effects on its own ability to export oil of mining the strait, as mines, unlike missiles and drones, do not distinguish between ships Tehran wants to pass through and those it wishes to attack. That's an interesting point. It remains difficult to determine with any degree of certainty how the markets will react to future developments within the maritime situation. However, the U.S. Navy can open the strait, but the risk tolerance of the market will ultimately determine the length of disruption of the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting. All right, I'm just going to read the end of this report. Really interesting report from the Institute for the Study of War. We'll take your comments on it in a second. They say Iran remains a relatively strong state adversary with substantial military capabilities that it is using to damage U.S. and allied infrastructure and forces and impose political costs. Missile and drone attacks, while trending downwards, have not stopped, and even a single drone or missile attack could enable Iran to emerge victorious. An Iranian drone attack struck Omani oil facilities on March 11th, and a missile attack most recently damaged 5 tankers in Saudi Arabia on 5 tanker airplanes in Saudi Arabia on March 13th, for example. Iran and its proxies have previously used small-scale drone attacks to achieve strategic victory, however. The Houthis, for example, fired a small number of drones at an oil facility in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia in 2022, which ultimately forced Saudi Arabia to accept a ceasefire that was beneficial to the Houthis. Military operations must prevent Iran from using economic damage and political pressure to amplify otherwise small and militarily insignificant tactical actions into strategic successes. The ISW says, Iran's attacks have not yet affected U.S. military operations and have fallen far short of Iran's hopes for attacks with thousands of missiles and drones, however. The available evidence supports the assessment that the combined campaign by Israel and the U.S. is achieving its military objectives thus far, but is not yet complete. Declaring the campaign a failure at this stage is therefore premature. The collapse of Iranian drone and missile attacks, down significantly since the start of the war, presents a compelling picture that the military campaign is degrading ballistic missile and drone capabilities. Continued drone and missile attacks, not to mention the remaining 150 launchers, indicate that these assets remain a threat and will need to be fully suppressed, of course. The maritime threat will need to be similarly suppressed, but the military campaign against both the missile and drone attacks and the maritime attacks must be evaluated based on whether the evidence shows progress is being made towards the military objectives. It is far too early to forecast whether the current military campaign will achieve political objectives or how long disruptions to the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz will last. But declaring this operation a military failure is premature while the campaign remains underway and incomplete, particularly as the evidence clearly shows progress being made towards accomplishing its core objectives. Interesting. I'll post the link again in the chat to that report. It's quite interesting. I would say if you want to summarize it, you might say that they believe the U.S. and Israel are really cutting down Iran's capability to fire drones and missiles. And they think that that is going to harm the Iranian strategy, which is to cause enough political and economic pain to make U.S. and Israel not fight anymore or to wrap things up. But they say it's unclear right now. Iran still has capabilities of launching drone and missile strikes. And they pointed out that just one drone strike, if it hits the right target, can have huge political and economic impact. So I would say the Institute for the Study of War seems kind of optimistic on the U.S. and Israel side, to me. But maybe you read it differently. Uncle Hotep thinks it's a report of hopium. Now, I will say this. One thing that report didn't really get into, it didn't really get into like oil prices and inflation specifically. I think there's a different version of that report which would get into more what's going on with oil prices right now and other economic impacts. How for example, closure of airports, impacts on Gulf states, impacts on tourism, and what kind of economic effects would be expected in the coming weeks if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. What kind of effects would that have on the oil price, for example, and how might that have political effects? It really didn't get into detail, that report, about if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed another month, what kind of political and economic impacts is that going to specifically have? So it really didn't get into that. I think somebody who thinks less optimistically might try to argue that those economic impacts are going to put a lot of political and economic pressure on Israel and the U.S. and the Gulf countries. And they might argue that, well, Iran doesn't need a lot of missiles to do that. They can just keep periodically sinking ships once in a while, or even threaten, or even come close to sinking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So, anyways, we'll take some comments from you guys. Strong One says Iran won by default. No after regime plans was game over. Well, a whole other question here. Another thing that report didn't really get into is, larger questions of, it was more about the military campaign. That was a military focused report. But there's this question of like, so if this campaign ends and the regime in Iran is still in power, is that a political victory or not? That's more of a larger question beyond the military campaign. So, excuse me, I got to get some water. Let me take some more comments from you. Hey, thanks, Thomas P409. P0419, sorry, from Sweden. I really appreciate that, Thomas. Thomas thinks the report is written way too early. Now, the report does not draw conclusions. Thomas thinks it was written way too early, though. I mean, this could go on for a lot longer, though. So I understand what you're saying. Thank you so much, Thomas. Thanks also Bunker Buster for being a member. Oh, and thanks, Thomas gave more people memberships. That's so nice of you, Thomas P0419. Mitchell Pilot says ISW says operation is overall on a positive trajectory. Liberals, this means the operation is failing. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Thanks, G Karst GC. G Karst, maybe that's Geraldine. I'm not sure. G Karst GC, thank you so much for the memberships. Oh, also, Thomas, thank you again for all your support. Thomas says, thanks for shouting out the moderators. Thomas P0419 from Sweden. That's really nice of you. Thanks to James Price for your support from the UK and your comment. Thanks, Rory McLean from the UK. Thank you, Rory. Rory thinks the weather looks a lot better in the cameras. What is the weather? I'm not hearing, it was raining before, but I'm not hearing the rain right now. I'm not hearing the rain, which is something. I will say that Google says light rain is the weather in Beirut. It's supposed to be nicer there in the next couple days, but then some rain later in the week. And then Tel Aviv, cloudy. It's supposed to be cleared up, be nicer the next couple days in Tel Aviv. We can turn the sound up because the rain isn't so loud. Thanks also Andrew Schlegel and Andrew's daughter Octavia for watching and your support. Thanks so much Fred Flintstone for the gift memberships. Wow, that's so nice of you, Fred. Fred just gave 20 people memberships. A lot of memberships, people giving. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Make sure you thank them if they give you membership. Also, thanks to Twitcher1964 for being a member for over 2 years. Thank you. Thanks also on Twitch to Ray Monday for your support. Or Raymond Day. Is it Raymond Day or Ray Monday? I think it's Raymond Day. Shout out to our moderators, Bash Girl, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev on Twitch. Huge thanks. Roberts May Queen, Ruth on YouTube, Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X. Thank you. Thanks Rachel Louise Gibson for the Facebook stars. Thanks Margaret Riley for moderating on Facebook. And Mosh Miri just gave 20 more people memberships. Wow. That is so nice of you, Mosh Miri. Thank you. Thanks to DD Hubs for being a member as well. Wow, look at all these memberships. Now, Roxy JH just gave 50 people memberships. Wow, that is really generous of you. Thank you so much, Roxy. Thank you again, Moshmiri and Roxy. Wow, all these new members. Please say thanks for your memberships. See a lot of new members in the chat now. Old Mordim says, any news on Trump paying our energy bills this month? In an hour and 1 minute, the oil markets are going to open. We're going to let you know what the new oil price is. Oh, thank you, Moshmiri. Hey, Moshmiri, that's really generous of you. Thanks for your kind note and your support, Moshmiri. That's really kind of you, Moshmiri51. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for supporting the channel. That's really nice of you. You know, I've seen a couple reports online from some accounts I follow in like Al Mayadeen claiming that Israeli media said that there's a big rocket barrage expected from Hezbollah tonight, but I haven't actually seen the actual reports from the Israeli media. So I don't know if that's true, that they're actually reporting that. I haven't seen it. I'm going to keep looking, though. It's about 11 p.m. Israel time. Oh, hold on a moment here. Hold on a moment. I have an update, news update from the Wall Street Journal. Oh, a very interesting news update from the Wall Street Journal. Hang on a moment. The Wall Street Journal reports, ready? I just saw this the same time as Faytux News posted it. They say the Trump administration, as soon as this week, plans to announce that multiple countries have agreed to form a coalition that will escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. They are still discussing, however, whether those operations would begin before or after hostilities end. That seems like an important caveat. Again, the Trump administration, as soon as this week, plans to announce that multiple countries have agreed to form a coalition that will escort ships through this corridor, which runs along the Iranian coast, U.S. officials said. They are still discussing, however, whether those operations would begin before or after hostilities end. It's through the Strait of Hormuz. All right. So again, I want to repeat this one more time. This is a new report from the Wall Street Journal. Then I'll get your feedback on it. Again, the Wall Street Journal says, this is about 20 minutes ago, the Trump administration, as soon as this week, plans to announce a coalition that multiple countries have agreed to form a coalition that will escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. They are still discussing, however, whether those operations would begin before or after hostilities end. The White House declined to comment on the expected announcement, which could shift depending on battlefield conditions. They say publicly, many countries have been non-committal to such an escort mission until hostilities cease. Let me take some comments from you guys. One of our viewers said probably after. Mark Griffith says coalition of the willing. Douthis says ain't nobody willing to go into the kill box that is the strait. So let me think this through. If there's a coalition to escort the ships through the Strait of Hormuz, but suppose the coalition is not going to happen until after hostilities end. Well, does that mean hostilities could end with the strait still closed? Right, because you'd use ships to, or I don't know, there's different ways of, but one way of thinking of the escort is that, well, that's what you use when the strait isn't open to get ships through. If the strait is open, you don't need the escorts. Although somebody might argue it might, even if Iran says it's open, it might give the shipping companies better peace of mind or something. But I guess my point is, isn't the major point of having an escort group, a coalition, that you can get ships through while the strait is still closed? And if that's the case, then would the hostilities end with the strait still closed? Is the idea that like the U.S. and Israel would say, okay, we're ending the hostilities. We know the strait is still closed, but But we're going to get ships through anyway because we're going to have this escort, these escorts. I don't know. Now, Chris RD says, who is committing to it? There's no reporting on that. But it seems like a big difference committing your ships to escort ships through the Gulf during hostilities or after hostilities. And also, and it may while Iran is saying it's closed and while they're not saying it's closed. Yeah, so I mean that's one of those stories where it's really there's a lot of details that are important that are not clear. Now, Market the Dutch Great Again says perfect timing just before the opening of the oil market. Is this a story that's being put out there just before the oil market opens? That's a good question. How would the Wall Street Journal know that? They say several U.S. officials told them this. So someone is leaking this information to the Wall Street Journal. I don't know if it's true or not. One of our viewers think it's being leaked just before the oil market opens. One of our viewers, Olaf, says, do tell while an escort is needed after hostilities. Mira thinks the whole story is BS. Again, this was a news story posted by Wall Street Journal a short while ago. Oh, thank you so much, Roxy JH. Wow. Hey, Roxy from the Netherlands, that is so nice of you. Thanks for all the support, all the memberships to Roxy JH. Very generous of you. Thank you, Roxy. Also, thanks to Cyrus the Virus for the membership. Thank you, Thomas P40419, who gave more memberships from Sweden. So nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you also, J. Marcase. Thank you so much for your support. Alex Banking, thanks for being a member. Share Dogs, thanks for becoming a member. Officer Larry, thank you. Yeah, Officer Larry, we talked yesterday about this conspiracy theory about Netanyahu. Netanyahu, there's no evidence that he's dead. Okay, no, I would say credible evidence. Remember, some people looked at his press conference on Thursday and they found a moment where they thought that it looked like he had 6 fingers. And they concluded that the entire video of the press conference, it's online, you can go watch it. They said it was AI. That's the theory. The theory is that the entire video of Netanyahu's press conference is AI and that he's actually dead and that no one's announced anything for days. That's the theory. Somebody said there's another part of the theory too. I'm not getting into it anymore. I said yesterday, we're done discussing it. We're not discussing it anymore. I'm timing people out for bringing it up. Okay? Thank you so much to Officer Larry. Thank you, Rez Jr. Prod, who says, always doing financial psyops market manipulation. Thanks to Liam Pevins, who says, has Iran's new leader passed? We get this question like every day, and I understand. All I can say is I have a hard time believing that Iran would have appointed a dead person as their new leader. That doesn't really make much sense to me. Now, do I know for sure nothing happened to him in the past several days? No. At the same time, Israel has a record of as soon as they verify it, they will announce these leaders they kill are dead. And the U.S. will do it too. And they haven't done that. So given the lack of any credible reports that he's dead, given that the U.S. has not announced it, that Israel has not announced it, that the U.S. yesterday put out a new reward for leadership of Iran, including him, that makes me think he's still alive. I can't tell for sure, but I certainly would think that the U.S. and Israel, if they really thought he was dead and had compelling evidence about it, would say something. That's my thought. But at a certain point, my information is limited. Thank you so much to who did I just thank? I just thanked somebody. Where did it go? Whoever I just thanked, thank you. I hope that comment didn't get accidentally deleted, because that wasn't about Bibi. That was about Mojtaba Khamenei. Thanks also. Oh, Liam P. Vince mentioned that. Thank you, Liam P. Vince. Also, thanks to Scoobs4 for being a member. 47 minutes, guys. 47 minutes until the oil market opens. We'll see if we hear anything more about that Wall Street Journal report claiming that the Trump administration plans to announce a coalition of escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, but they are still discussing whether that would start before or after the hostilities end. I don't know what that was. You know what I also saw that was interesting today? I saw some reports about this. The members of the Iranian soccer team, the women's soccer team. There was an update on that. Here, look, hold on. Look at this. So seven women's soccer team members, no, 6 players and a support staff member had accepted humanitarian visas to stay in Australia and not return to Iran. 5 players now, 5 of the 7 people who accepted refugee visas to stay in Australia have now left the country to go back to Iran. See, that 5th member of Iranian women's soccer team gives up asylum in Australia. Initially, 6 players and a support staff member from a squad of 26 players accepted humanitarian visas to stay in Australia. This was after, if I remember right, what is it that they refused to sing the Iranian national anthem, and then there was a question about whether they were going to be trouble when they went back home. Well, now 5 of the 7 of them have said that they've gone back home, apparently. Now, I will say this, the Wall Street Journal said in their report, they said that a spokeswoman for OS Iran, an organization that assisted the soccer players, said the women decided to return because of threats against their families back in Iran. Now, I can't confirm that, but I will say that is something that I believe we talked about and people were talking about in the chat when this news first came out is, well, if they say that they're not coming back, could the regime go after people close to them in Iran? Now, I can't confirm that, but that was what the quote there from somebody with an organization that assisted them. Yeah, they refused to sing the national anthem during the Women's Asia Cup in a game there. And they were branded wartime traitors by a state television presenter. They did sing during other matches. So, anyways, 5 of the 7 have now gone back to Iran. Let's see here. Ellie Wiggle says, feels like someone forced them. Barbara thinks their families were probably threatened with torture. Zeline says they're probably concerned about their families. Alicia Alexander thinks they're all in big trouble, all the families and the ones who returned so sad. Scoob says, sad, sad. John says, terrible choice for those players to have to make. Here's some gunfire in the background in the Beirut stream. Hey, I want to thank people. People gave more memberships, by the way. I need to thank people. Sachin gave 10 people memberships. Thank you so much, Sachin69, over there on YouTube. Thank you. Also, Roxy just gave 20 more memberships. I think Roxy had given 50 before. And now Roxy gave 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, Roxy JH. That's so generous of you. And Thomas P0419, who's given a ton of memberships from Sweden, gave 20 more memberships to some of you in the chat. So please thank them if you got a membership from somebody. That's really nice of you. Thanks so much. Also, thanks to Martha WP. Thank you, Martha. I appreciate that. And Mike O from Europe. Thank you, Mike O, for your support. Also, Stephen Longstaff, our member. So many memberships given out in our YouTube chat today. It's really nice of you. Also, Wilma at Lotg. Wilma at Lotg. Thanks for being a member. Now, hang on a moment here. Less than 40 minutes till the oil market opens. Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy says, Americans today will spend $300 million more on gasoline than they did 30 days ago. Uh, what is this coming from? I just read this report. I know nothing about whether this is true. Ariel Oserin. Ariel is a reporter in Israel with I-24 News. He says that a Kuwaiti newspaper reports, again, I have no idea if this is true. A Kuwaiti newspaper is claiming that the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, was secretly flown to Moscow where he underwent a successful surgery due to severe injuries he suffered in the opening strikes of the war. I don't know if that's true. Al Jazeera reports 4 explosions heard in Baghdad. We'll keep an eye on that. Justin Woodward, our viewer, says, wars are too profitable, which is why they never really end. Alex Malarkey mentioned something. Another viewer mentioned this. Where is the origin of this story? AZ Intel posted about it. Supposedly there's a report in Israel that Israel's going to mobilize more reservists. I need to find the original story. There's been talk of Israel doing a large ground operation in Lebanon. Oh, was it Khan News who said it? So yeah, Khan News reports in Israel, they say the government in Israel is preparing to mobilize up to 450,000 reserve soldiers as part of a preparations for a possible ground operation in Lebanon. However, though, Khan News also reports that Israel and Lebanon will talk in the coming days. Ooh, some gunfire. Israel and Lebanon will hold talks. Oh, that's a Reuters report, I guess they're saying. Khan News is saying Reuters said Israel and Lebanon will hold talks in the coming days with the aim of reaching a ceasefire. So I don't know what to believe about all of that. Yes, so right here you can see Reuters, Israel and Lebanon expected to hold talks soon, Israeli officials say. Israel and Lebanon are expected to hold talks in the coming days aimed at securing a durable ceasefire that would see Hezbollah disarmed. Now, at a certain point, I don't know if when you see these stories, oh, there's a plane coming in. When you see these stories that say Israel preparing big ground operation, that could be true. It could also be information put out by Israel to try to put pressure on negotiators in Lebanon. But is it Israel and Hezbollah or Israel in the state of Lebanon? It sounds like the state of Lebanon, not Hezbollah. That's two different things. Hezbollah is in Lebanon. Reuters says the Lebanese state's readiness for talks with Israel has come at a time of sharpening tensions within Lebanon over Hezbollah's status as an armed group. The Beirut government this month banned Hezbollah's military activities. The group rejected the move and fought on, firing hundreds of rockets at Israel. So, I mean, the state can have talks with Israel, but the state has limited power over Hezbollah. Mark Dornan says Israeli and Lebanese officials. Stephen Longstaff says it's all propaganda news until it actually happens. FKL says, I don't see Israel letting the current Hezbollah attacks go unpunished. Well, they've been conducting a big military operation the last couple of weeks in Lebanon, but there's this question about whether they're going to ramp it up further and do an enormous ground operation. Oh, by the way, hang on. Thanks so much to Brian Davio and George LaFond and Jackie Glassman for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Reuters has an article, I think, about some of the U.S. officials who went on the Sunday shows today. It says, U.S. officials predict quick end to Iran war while Tehran says it can outlast foes. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Wait one sec. Testing, testing, testing. Hang on. Someone said they wanted my mic to be a little louder, but I was looking at the levels here. Might turn it up a little bit. I don't want to overdo it. We'll try that. Looked like the levels were maybe a little low, but I don't want to. Sometimes it's just a question of me turning down the volume on the. Sometimes the volume on the live shot is a little loud, and then you can't hear me. Reuters says U.S. officials responding to economic uncertainty over high oil prices predicted today that the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran would end within weeks and that a drop in energy costs would follow, despite Iran's assertion that it remains stable and strong and ready to defend itself. As I mentioned, the Trump administration plans to announce as early as this week that multiple countries have agreed to form a coalition to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, but they are still discussing whether those operations would begin before or after hostilities end, said the Wall Street Journal. Trump on Friday said the Navy would soon start escorting oil tankers. He also has said Iran wants to negotiate. But the Iranian foreign minister today disputed that claim. The Iranian foreign minister told Face the Nation today, "We have never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never even asked for negotiations. We are ready to defend ourselves for as long as it takes." The Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, on ABC's This Week today, said, "This conflict will certainly come to the end in the next few weeks, could be sooner to that, and we'll see a rebound in supplies and a pushing down of prices after that." Plum says 2 more weeks. Fred Flintstone thinks that's overly optimistic. Dustin Ruffton thinks prices always come down slower than they go up. Grumpa says the fact there was no plane to secure the strait at the beginning is amazing. One of our viewers wanted to do a poll about the oil price when the oil market opens. The oil market is opening in about 25 minutes. Maybe we should do a poll now about that. That sounds fun to me. Let's do that. Thank you, Roxy JH, for shouting out our mods and your support. Again, Roxy JH, that's so nice of you. Thank you, Mike O, for your support. Thank you, Miss Katie Cat, for being a member. Tobias CH for being a member. Thank you, 80s Baby Ryan, who says, "I've seen reports that China has a large military presence around Taiwan." The reports I saw say that that's just normal. I saw some reports that said something like, China usually has a bunch of planes around Taiwan. For like a week or two they didn't, and now they're back again. That's what I saw. I'll look it up. But I'm not aware of any kind of urgent reports about China threatening Taiwan in some kind of new threatening way. Thanks, 80s Baby Ryan. Yes, look. Taiwan says large-scale Chinese military flights return after unusual absence. That's from Reuters. Taiwan Sunday reported the return of large-scale Chinese Air Force activities around the island after an unexplained absence of more than 2 weeks. That prompted speculation about Beijing's motives. China, which views democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory, normally sends fighter jets, drones, and other military aircraft around the island on a daily basis. From February 27th until March 7th, there have only been sporadic small-scale, there were no Chinese military aircraft reported. China did not provide explanation for its motives and did not respond to a further request for comment. Officials and experts in Taipei have said reasons for the disappearance of the aircraft could range from Beijing trying to recalibrate its pressure campaign ahead of U.S. President Trump's planned visit to China on March 31st to President Xi Jinping's ongoing purge of senior Chinese generals. Okay, now let's do a poll about the oil. I think we should do a poll about the oil. Before the market opens. That was the request. Now we're going to do our own poll. But just out of interest, if you're wondering, often people will say, what are the prediction markets saying about this? I'm going to show you what is this poll about here? Trying to figure out how they figured this out. What will the price be tomorrow? Okay, so currently, this is WTI. Now this is confusing. I have to get the right one. Because there's before we do our own poll, I have to say this right. Because if I just say what's the oil price going to be in our poll, then some people might say Brent and some people might say WTI, and then I've screwed up the poll. I kind of want to do Brent. I feel like more of you are focusing on the Brent price. This makes it confusing to do a poll. Maybe we'll just stick to Brent. I won't talk about another poll right now. Let's see. What do you guys, our viewer, before I do this poll, do people care whether it's Brent or WTI? Let's see. WTI is American. I think Brent isn't, now more people are saying WTI in the chat. It's now more people are saying Brent in the chat. Okay. All right. So just to set this up, let's set this up. We're going to set this. It's two different types of WTI is American oil and Brent is. They're two different oils, but they're both used as benchmark prices for oil price. But I think I'm not that familiar with the oil market, so I see those cited a lot, but I don't know if there's a better one for us to use. Okay, so let me start by saying this before we do our poll. Remember, as I understand it, the current oil price is with Brent crude, it is 103.1. With WTI crude, it's 98.7. Okay. West Texas crude is 98.7. Okay. So 98.7 is WTI crude right now. And 103.1 roughly, these are rough, is Brent crude right now. And then the market's going to open in about 19 minutes. So just to show you here what betting markets say, if I can do this. So the current, am I reading this right? Current WTI crude is 98. Does that sound right? Let me just check a different one. WTI crude. I want to double check my current price. Yeah, about 97. It depends. I'm looking at a couple different things. No, 98.70. CNBC says 98.7, 98.71. Investing.com says 98.71. Okay, so it seems to me from what I've looked is that around 98.71 is WTI crude. Now, just to give you a sense of what a prediction market says. By the way, Kalshi is a sponsor of the broadcast today, so thanks to Kalshi. It's an online prediction market where you can trade on the outcome of future events. You can also just go to the Kalshi site like we're doing right now and see what people think about things because the odds change depending on how people are trading. So just to show you what online prediction market is saying before we have our own poll, this is Kalshi WTI oil price tomorrow, right? That's what it says. And you can see it says begins in 6 hours. So this market is still ongoing. Now, the current price of WTI is 98.71, I think. And you can see, so, the odds are really high on what the price will be tomorrow. There's 89 above, 90 above, 91 above. And then it gets less when you start getting above 98.71. So it does look, though, like, the numbers are higher for, well, I guess to give you a sense, 80% of the people in this market think it'll be 100 or above tomorrow. 63% think it'll be 103 or above tomorrow. So you can see there's a drop off between 100, 101, 102, 103. But still more than half, the odds are 63% there that it'll be above 103 tomorrow. And that's given that it's 98.71 right now, according to what I looked up. So I'm going to ask you guys what you think. Okay? And then obviously it goes up more as it gets less price. Okay. Now we're going to do our own poll. So, all right. So that's what it says on, that's some of the Kalshi odds on the WTI, just to show you that. That's what it'll be tomorrow. Are going to ask a slightly different question, but similar. Oh, and the last thing I want to mention is that for those who are interested, before we get to our own poll, which I have to actually I have to write up the poll. For those who are interested, you can go to kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choice. Kalshi.com/agenda-free if you're interested. Okay, now we got to do our poll. So maybe I'll make it WTI because we were just talking about the WTI price. So our poll is going to be, what is it going to be? What is the market going to open at? But if I say, what's the market going to open at in 15 minutes, it could be different 5 minutes in. All right. Let's say, what will the price be 10 minutes after market open of WTI crude? We'll give it a few minutes. Okay. I'm typing the poll up right now. WTI crude oil price 10 minutes after market open? Question mark. So the current price is like roughly 98.7. All right. How should I do this? I'll do below 98.7, 98.7 to 100, 100 to 102, and over 102. I'm going to give you 4 choices. I'm trying this. Okay, the poll is officially up. We are doing a poll. This is for WTI, not Brent. The poll is now up in YouTube. I did manage to get it up. Can I get the polls up before the market opens? That's the question. All right, I got to be faster here. I'm posting the poll right now in Twitch. 98.7 to 100, 100 to 102, above 102. Okay, the poll is now up on Twitch, and now I just have to get it up on Facebook, and then I'll show you what people are saying. Only 13 minutes and 30 seconds till the market opens. Someone said, what is the point of this poll? What's the point of it? To see what we think, to enjoy hearing other opinions. I mean, if you're going to say, what's the point of this poll? I mean, basically you're saying, what's the point of any poll, aren't you? Then you just don't like polls. I mean, come on. Okay, I'm posting it on Facebook right now. Okay, the poll is now posted. Oh no, it's almost posted on Facebook. Let's see what you guys say. All right, it's now posted on 3 platforms. I have not looked at the results. So here are the results right now. Let's see. Again, this is for WTI and not Brent crude, because so that's what we just chose to do that one, and which is around 98.71 right now. Okay, oops. Here's what they say on YouTube. This is interesting. 53% on YouTube say it's going to be over 102. 10 minutes after market open. So you think that would be a jump from be a significant jump from 98.7. Did I just lowball it? Should I have had higher prices? Well, about half of you say it's not going to get over 102 after 10 minutes after market open. Second place is a 100 to 102. 14% says 98.7 to 100, and 12% say they think it's going to be lower than it was on Friday. Okay, fine. Let's go to, now, just to mention on Facebook right now, we have 40% say over 102, 20% say 100 to 102, 25% on Facebook say 98.7 to 100, and 14% say below 98.7. And let me show you what Twitch is saying right now. Here is Twitch. Is it going to be significantly different from YouTube? All right, Twitch. Almost 70% of Twitch thinks it's going to be above 102. 10% of Twitch say it's going to go down. 6%, 98.7 to 100, and 15%, 100 to 102. 70% on Twitch say above 102. Twitch chatter's always going big, says Vipa. If it turns out it's like 105 or 106, then I'll be like, well, I should have done higher numbers in the poll. But it's not a negligible amount of people who are saying not above 102. Well, I chose 10 minutes because I wanted it to be something that we could look at kind of quick, but I didn't want it to be right at the open. So we'll note what the price is 10 minutes after open. A lot of people actually voted in this poll. Now remember, President Trump announced that the attack on the military sites of Karg Island, that was announced after the market closed on Friday. So the market has not had a chance to officially react to that. About 90% of the oil of Iran gets exported through Karg Island. About 9 minutes until the oil market opens. There it is. Okay, so hey, it's you guys are happy because 69% say above 102 on Twitch. That's the poll ended there. 52% on YouTube say over 102. Okay, we'll see what happens. Thanks for voting in our poll. We'll see if the viewers are right about the market. It ended up on Facebook. It ended up 48% said over 102, 20% 100 to 102, 20% 98.7 to 100, and 12% below 98.7. Okay, now 7 minutes and 35 seconds until the oil market opens. We'll see what it has to. We'll see what happens. I don't have a camera, with oil market data. People own the rights to that live data, but I'm going to be checking some sites that report on it. A couple of them. Remember, though, there's Brent crude and then there's WTI crude. So you want to keep an eye on which one you're looking at. All right, let me take some more comments here. 6.5 minutes till the oil market opens. Lynn's man thinks it'll go higher. Higher than 102 or just higher than 98 than where it was on Friday? Our viewer Idgad thinks it will open at 115. Oh, I missed a flash. Some people said there was a flash like 20 seconds ago. Was there? It's not as easy for me to rewind this one. I don't have the AFP feed right now. Top left people said, I'll have to try to download the clip. It ends up being a bit harder when I don't have the AFP. No, I don't need that. Actually, I can do it this way. Hold on a moment. I can actually rewind it here. So people said, what was the clock? What was my clock when it flashed? What was my clock? That's the best thing, because then I can look it up. Power flash, someone said. There's only less than 5 minutes till the oil market opens again. Oh, I think, is that lightning? I just saw a flash. I think it might be lightning. I think that might be lightning. That what we just saw. Was that the same that you guys saw, or was that different? Because I just saw what I thought was lightning. Captain Canuck thinks it'll open at 106. Hey, I got to say a couple thank yous here. Thank you to Switch the Channel, who says we love the polls. Thank you, Switch the Channel. Thanks also QXR45 for being a member. Michelle Leff for being a member. Officer Larry, thank you. Officer Larry, who says both WTI and Brent will probably do the same either way. Thanks again, Roxy JH, for your support. So again, the majority of our viewers thought that 10 minutes after the market opens, the WTI price will be above 102. It's currently 98.71. And Brent crude, which is it's 103.1. We didn't do a poll on that, but sounds like the majority of our viewers think it'll go up more than a few percent initially. Now, if you want to look at it, I'll give you a couple sites you can go to. You can go to oilprice.com. There's also a site called, was it Trading Economics that has it? I know a lot of you guys have different sites you use. Trading Economics has it. Now, it's supposed to open in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Frank Gambino said he uses Market Watch. Some of them are on a delay and some of them are not. So you can find one you like. Also, some of them have slightly different prices. All right, about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Diane likes Market Watch. Man for Some Markets, thank you, likes the CME site, who says has delayed quotes but should be reliable. Thanks, Mrs. TPJ, for the membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Lucid Fire likes investing.com. I think I'm going to look at I think that's lightning in the top left right there, by the way. All right, I'm going to look at three different pages. 1 minute and 40 seconds until the oil market opens. Our viewers are very excited about the oil market opening. I can say that, definitely. About a minute left. 1 minute till D-Day, says LCS Fox. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm assuming it'll go up some because of the Karg Island thing, but I don't know how much. But I am certainly not an oil market expert. 45 seconds till the oil market opens. One of our viewers suggested TradingView. People looking at different sites here in our audience. 30 seconds, according to my clock, until the oil market opens. "20 seconds. Are we going to do a countdown? 10 seconds? 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The oil market is back open. Oh my gosh, the oil market is open. Let me get rid of the clock and let me check the oil market. All right, I got to check my oil market websites and see what they're saying. What are they saying? My oil market websites. Some of them have not changed. A couple of the ones I follow have not changed yet. I assume it takes a little while. Our poll was about 10 minutes after. Oh, a new strike! New strike! Look at that! Look at new strike on the Beirut. We just saw a new strike right now. A big explosion. Wow, look at that. I'll have to replay that in a second. I'll replay it in a second, but we just saw a new strike. Wow, crazy. As the oil market opened up. Whoa. That's in Beirut. All right, so what I need to do is, I'll have to replay that for you. And hang on a moment here. I will replay that for you. But a new strike in Beirut. We just saw it. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on that. You can see a glow in the ground. By the way, to check on the oil price, I'm not seeing. One site I follow is claiming that WTI is 100.2 or something, and that Brent is 105, but the other sites are not updated. So I'm a little confused. Look at that, a new strike in Beirut. Now, what are you guys saying in the chat here? Daddy said 100.5 WTI. Some of our viewers said. Hang on, I'm trying to get a new update here. Again, a couple of the sites have not updated yet. One site is updated. One site I'm looking at says basically 100.3 for WTI and 105 for Brent. So one site I'm looking at has both of them up about, has WTI up about $1.50 and Brent up about $2. So not up as much as I think a lot of our viewers thought it was going to go up. Again, we're looking at a glow from an airstrike that just happened a few minutes ago in Beirut, which I am going to replay for you. I am checking the oil prices here, and yeah, again, I am seeing right now WTI has gone up from 98.7 to about 100.3. And Brent has gone up from 103.1 to like 105.3, roughly speaking. That's what I'm seeing. I don't know if the site's correct. Yes, WTI is above 100 at the moment. Oh, now WTI, I'm seeing one site that says it's about a 100.7. Silly Moist Sock says the market is calm, surprisingly. I'm seeing one site having WTI close to 101 right now. I do want to replay this strike for you. Let's see if I can pull it up here. I think I have the video of the strike right here. Give me one moment, please. I didn't seem to get it there. Oh, that was the wrong... You know what? It was the wrong one. Hold on. 15, 16... I downloaded the wrong clip. Let me get the right clip and I can replay that for you as we look at the glow there after that strike. Oh, big shout out to Lewis R. Thanks for all your support, Lewis R., who says, about what I expected from the oil market, the big predictions surprised me of it going way up. Not much has changed from the data points the market had on Friday. That's what Lewis thinks. I mean, one big thing that did happen is Trump did bomb the military. That looked like maybe lightning. I'm not sure. Trump did bomb the military targets on Karg Island. He didn't bomb the oil infrastructure. Thank you so much, Lewis R. And Eddie C. Thanks for being a member. All right, what I'm seeing, are you guys seeing this? I am seeing WTI at around 100.7 and Brent at a 105.6. Is that generally what you're seeing too? So that would mean WTI is up to almost 101 right now, actually. So up about, yeah, Brent in the high 105s, WTI in the high 100s. Actually, WTI, I believe, is around 101 right now. Yeah, one of our viewers just said, Long Fucci said WTI 101. Which would be about both of them are up about 2.5%, roughly. But I'm not sure from what I'm seeing. But maybe the site's not correct. Yeah, a bunch of the sites have not opened, have not updated yet. So I'm gonna hold. We'll see what happens when these sites update. Mass V is looking at TradingView. I haven't even looked at that one yet. Hey, let us look at. Let me try to get that replay for you of this, of what we just saw here, as we see the glow. Okay, here I have it. I found it. I am going to replay for you guys right now. Give me a moment. I'm going to replay what we just saw in Beirut. Okay, here we go. Let me turn the volume down for a second on this. Let me put up moments ago. And now you're going to see right now, here is the replay of what happened. And I need to try to cue it up here. When did it happen? Right here, I think. Wait, hold on. Watch this. Wow. Whoa. Wow. That was just a few minutes ago. Let's see that again. Look at this. This is in Beirut. This is in Beirut, Lebanon. Just a few minutes ago, we were watching it live. Beirut, Lebanon, an Israeli strike in Beirut, Lebanon, a few minutes ago. Look at this. Look at that. Wow. Crazy. Look at that. Again, this is Beirut, Lebanon. We saw this live a few minutes ago. I'm just replaying it for you. See it one more time here. Look at that. Wow. They have been targeting what they say are Hezbollah. Israel has been targeting what it says are Hezbollah-related targets in Beirut and elsewhere in Lebanon. Okay, let me go back to the live shot now. Here is the live shot. Hold on. Here is the live shot. Here's the live shot. That's live from Beirut. You can see looks like a fire burning there. And hang on a moment. So that's that. Then we'll put the Tel Aviv cam back up. So that's that. And now let me check the oil prices again. Okay, I am seeing some oil prices. I am seeing that WTI is 100.3 and Brent is 105.1. I'm seeing two different prices for Brent. I'm a little confused. Maybe one site is behind the other. Oh, some of these are delayed quotes. You know, I didn't specify after 10 minutes what site are we looking at, because some sites have different quotes. But generally speaking, I mean, a couple sites say 100 something and another site says 101 something. So it does look that we did the poll and the majority of people said over 102 for WTI, but it looks like that was not the case. It was not above 102. What was hit, I don't know exactly. Mark Saint on X said that the WTI price never went over 102. So again, it looks like to me, from the different sites I'm looking at, you know, oil has gone up about roughly 2%-ish since the open. Roughly 2%. Not a huge change. It did go up. Some people are saying it did go over 102 at some point. The WTI, I didn't see the WTI over 102. Are you talking about just today? Maybe it did. I don't know. Hakeem says WTI did not go over 102. Anyways, again, I'm seeing it up about between 2 and 3%. A couple of our viewers said it went over 102 briefly. Let me see if I can get any analysis of it here. If you give me a second. Little gunfire there. The Wall Street Journal said oil futures open above 100 a barrel. That was what happened. Up a bit. Yeah, I'm seeing right now both Brent and WTI up about 2%. Well, it depends. One page says up 3%. The Wall Street Journal also says that oil industry warns Trump administration fuel crunch will likely worsen. They're reporting that in a series of meetings and conversations, American oil executives have told Trump officials the energy crisis the war has unleashed is likely to get worse. Reuters says Brent and U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures have surged more than 40% so far this month, since they are to their highest levels since 2022. Also, Reuters says global oil supply is expected to fall by 8 million barrels per day in March due to disruptions to shipping, while Middle Eastern producers have cut output by at least 10 million barrels per day. The U.S. Energy Secretary said today he expects the war with Iran to end within the next few weeks. And he said oil supplies will rebound and energy costs will decline. I think the green light to me looks like some sort of mosque, but I'm not sure. By the way, President Trump is returning to Washington, D.C. Oh, I think President Trump he's about to arrive or he just arrived? Because I'm seeing a feed of the plane. It says Washington, D.C. It looks like Trump has just arrived. Maybe? He's been in Florida. Thanks to Moot133, our member. Thanks also to I Am Charlie, who says prayers for the Iranian people, the military and families, and our military and families. Thanks for shouting out the mods as well. Thank you. Hey, let's shout out our mods. Thank you to all of our mods who are here. We have here right now I can try to make this a little brighter too if you want. That's a little helpful, I think. Maybe it's too bright. Try there. Ruth is modding right now. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate that. Ruth. Hey, thanks, Quiet Storm, our member as well. Thank you, Quiet Storm. And also over there on Twitch, we have moderating right now Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev. Big thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And on Facebook, one moment here, I want to thank them as well. They're zooming in on the fire. Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley are moderating on Facebook. Thank you. Maybe I'll. You can see in there to see the light on the buildings, the glow on the buildings. Thanks to so much to David Brazier or Brazier. Thanks, David, for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Louisa Knight, for subscribing, and Cheryl Leak and Jean Schellinger for subscribing. Over there on Facebook. Is the Intel Cams feed down? It seems to be. It's working again, right? Intel Cams? No, Intel Cams is having an issue, looks like, right? I was getting spinning circle on the Intel Cams feed, unfortunately. Intel Cam's still down. Hopefully they can get it fixed. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. I'm going to take some more of your comments, give you more updates here. Still spinning on Intel Cam, said one of our viewers. Just checking oil again. I am getting WTI 101.1 and Brent crude 106. Both up about between 2.5% and 3% since the market opened. OSINT Technical said there are reports of a drone missile attack against Bahrain this morning. I'll have to see if I can get any updates about that. Faytux News said new sirens in Bahrain warning of attack. Locals have seen numerous interceptions. I'm going to check some of the Middle Eastern outlets too and see what they're saying. Camera out of focus. The camera's out of focus. Some gunfire. Gunfire. I'll check. I should check the Lebanon outlets I follow to see if they're saying anything about that airstrike. Oh, the IDF actually said something about it, I think. The IDF said 20 minutes ago, the IDF said we are currently striking Hezbollah terror infrastructure in Beirut. And we saw that big airstrike there around the time they said that. Thanks, Quiet Storm 62 for being a member. Some reports of explosions in Bahrain, maybe interceptions going on. You know, another thing to remember is there has been some talk in the past that the U.S. might try to go in with ground forces and get the enriched uranium. It is believed Iran has enriched uranium that, if it were enriched a bit more, would be enough for 10 nuclear bombs. Now, that if they still have it, it could be buried at one of the sites that's been attacked. But there was talk of maybe the U.S. at some point trying to go in and get it. And haven't heard much about that lately, but something to keep in mind, you know, with those Marines, a couple thousand Marines being sent newly to the region. They're supposed to arrive, what, in a week or two? I'm not sure. But, you know, that's something else that would be a ground operation. That would be an involved operation, though. You're not going to send... I've read you some articles about that, I believe, but you're not going to send 10 people in there. That would be, you'd have to secure the area, bring in heavy machinery if it's underground to dig, and have aircraft there providing protection for the forces, you know, stuff like that. So, Stepa says, I don't think they would do that. But that is, you know, something, I don't know what President Trump's thinking on that would be. Brad, the third, our viewer, says Iran cannot be trusted with that nuclear material. Chief Grape says, I can live with the high gas prices to keep Iran from having a nuke. Brett Cross says paratroopers they'll send in. But, you know, there's this question of, the New York Times has an article today talking about, you know, well, if President Trump were to say right now, let's stop with the war, there would be certain things that hadn't been done yet, and that would be one of them. More gunfire. Team McGamer said that would be an extremely dangerous mission. It most likely would be carried out by special ops. Ooh. Interestingly, The Economist has an article out today, which I haven't even read, called "The Iran War May Be About to Escalate." Oh, it's from today. They talk about the Strait of Hormuz. They say the geography of the Strait of Hormuz favors Iran. So does the low risk tolerance of shippers and insurers. Yet Iran has a dilemma as well. Closing the strait so far has been a tactical win that has not achieved its strategic goal of ending the war. The battle for Hormuz may push both sides towards risky escalation, says The Economist. Remember, the Strait of Hormuz is that narrow body of water through which off the coast of Iran, through which 20% of the world's oil passes. Hold on, I'm going to tell you some more about what The Economist is saying about that. They say the Strait of Hormuz, flanked by mountains on both sides, it will be extremely hard for America to reopen. Iran does not have to hit every ship transiting through, merely to convince the ship's owners and sailors that it might hit them. The Economist says sending American troops to secure the coastline is a non-starter, given the size of the force that would be required. Also, even if the U.S. took the coastline, Iran could keep shooting at the ships from inland. Now, The Economist says, if Trump cannot open the strait by force, he may escalate elsewhere. You know, he has already attacked Kharg Island, the military targets on it. Kharg Island, about 90% of Iran's oil moves through Kharg Island. The Economist says that Trump may hope to seize Kharg Island. Interestingly, The Economist says America could probably seize Kharg Island. What would happen next is less clear. It would have to hold the territory within easy range of Iranian missiles and drones. It may hope to use Kharg Island to press Iran to make a deal, but the regime is stubborn. Oil markets would be spooked by further loss of supply, Iranian supply, and the prospect of a longer ground war. You know, something else The Economist says, which is interesting. They say economic disruptions are starting to ripple through the non-oil economy. Prices of helium used in healthcare and industry, helium, have doubled since the war began, while prices for the fertilizer urea are up by more than half. Also, something The Economist says, with so many tankers bound for the Red Sea, which is on the other side of Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia is sending a bunch of its output to the Red Sea ports. The Economist says, with so many tankers bound for the Red Sea, Iran might encourage the Houthis in Yemen to resume their own campaign against shipping. The Houthis in Yemen, an Iran-supported group, largely halted traffic through the Red Sea in 2024 by firing missiles at ships. Even a single Houthi attack now on a ship in the Red Sea would probably be enough to send markets into a panic, says The Economist. If Iran did something like this, if they encouraged the Houthis, that could bring in the Gulf states into the war. The Saudis have already warned that damage to their oil facilities would cross a red line. Oh, there was a rocket alert 4 minutes ago in northern Israel, presumably from a Hezbollah rocket. The Red Sea thing is interesting. That's very interesting. And I mentioned this, I think, yesterday. It's very interesting that the Houthis have not launched attacks so far on Israel or on ships. And I was wondering about that. And I also wonder if that is something that's being kept, that Iran is keeping as a possible escalation. So just to show you here. So here we have, hold on a second here. So there's the Persian Gulf up here, right? And there's the Strait of Hormuz. But Saudi Arabia is sending a bunch of its oil to be shipped out through the Red Sea. That's here. But Yemen is right here, next to the Red Sea. So, well, hold on a second. I'm not seeing anything. I'm hearing some stuff. Could Yemen start attacking shipping in the Red Sea? Hoagie says, I feel like they are waiting for the U.S. to get into position. Oh, Intel Cams is back, one of our viewers said. Yes, Intel Cams appears to be back. Our viewer Leor says, I read the Houthis were warned not to join the war effort. Don Coe thinks it would require 50,000 ground troops minimum for any substantial shoreline occupation. Current oil prices I am seeing right now, I am seeing WTI at 101. And Brent around 106. WTI up by about 2.5%. Brent up about 3% since the market opened about 40 minutes ago. Steeler fan Matt thinks there will be a new port open and new pipelines and will soon cut out Iranian oil completely. They're not the only oil man in the land with crude. But you would need new distribution. Because they are right next to the Strait of Hormuz, which carries 20% of the world's oil. Spectre says that stuff takes years to build. Whoa, huge strike! Huge strike! Big strike. We just saw a huge airstrike in Beirut. Wow. Right on camera. Right in front of the camera. It's the second large strike we've seen in the last, what, hour or so? Is that next to the other one? I don't know if it's the same location or near it, but that was a big explosion you just saw in Beirut. One of the viewers saw it's a little to the left of the previous one. I'm going to replay for that for you. If you wait a second, I will replay it for you. I am getting the clip. People like a week ago or so were told to evacuate that area. I don't believe there's been a rescinding of that evacuation order. This is the southern suburbs of Beirut. There was a massive evacuation order for this area. Again, I think around a week ago. So Kelly Chapman, I believe, I don't know if everybody, but a lot of people have evacuated that area. I'm going to pull up that replay in a second right now for you. Oops, hold on. One moment. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Here is... I'm going to replay that in a second. Bear with me. I got it. Here it is. This is moments ago. This is going to be moments ago in Beirut. Moments ago in Beirut, Lebanon. I'm going to replay it for you right now. Wow. Again, Beirut, Lebanon, moments ago. Watch it again. Not that far from those green lights on that structure there. I can look at this. Hold on. Can I get it paused for you, maybe? I was trying to pause it for you when it happened. I can't quite pause it. Well, there you go. There it is. Again, that was just about 5 minutes ago or so in Beirut. The second strike we've seen in about an hour there. Yes, I believe this area is still under evacuation order. Could see the missile? I didn't see the missile. Maybe you could. I didn't see it, but yes, this would be Israeli strikes in Beirut. Okay, so just go back to the live shot. Now we're on the live shot here. There. You can see here, Reuters says, U.S. oil CEOs warn Trump administration the energy crisis is likely to worsen. Wall Street Journal reports. Excuse me. Chief executives of major U.S. oil companies warned officials of President Trump's administration that the energy crisis triggered by the Iran war is likely to get worse, the Wall Street Journal reported. The CEOs of Exxon, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips warned in a series of White House meetings last Wednesday and in recent conversations with the Energy Secretary and Interior Secretary that the disruption of energy flows through the vital Strait of Hormuz waterway would continue to create volatility in global energy markets. Molly Morgan says, I wonder if the camera guy ever worries his building would accidentally get hit. So it's a good question. I think they're a little bit away. I mean, they're a bit zoomed in. And also, you know, I'm sure they pay attention to the evacuation warnings. But, I mean, I'm guessing there's no danger. trying to check for updates here, checking some Middle Eastern sources, some other sources here. Mark thinks that the camera is about 1.5 kilometers south of the 1.5 kilometers from the explosion. So I'm looking online, it says about 3 seconds is a kilometer. So our viewer, Mark, said that it took about 4 to 5 seconds after the flash for the sound to get there, which would suggest the camera's about a mile away from the explosion. Thank you, Mark. In case you're wondering, the current Bitcoin price, Bitcoin has gone up a bit. It is at roughly 72,500. Sounds like it's raining again. I think the rain started again. Thank you so much to Haley Girl for the memberships. That's so nice of you, Haley Girl. Thank you. And Mendy R for the membership. Thank you. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Justin D. Winters, Strong One, Constant Juicer, Wall Street and Shaggy, My Mind Spray, Dirty Toxin, CC, Mongol Mama, Stream the Memes. Who else there? Baby Duck. Baby Duck says, where is Hezbollah getting all their weapons? Seems like endless amounts can't be in Iran anymore. I mean, Hezbollah previously had just an enormous amount of weapons, and Israel in their military operation in 2024 apparently took out a lot of them, but I don't know how many they had left, and whether they've been able to get more into. They might have had some left over, or had other. We might have obtained others in the year or more, year and a half since then. Thank you, Strong One. Dean the Machine. Gamov 5. Cicerone, thanks for being Twitch subscribers. Army Vet, Los Gatos de Wilson. All of our Twitch subscribers. Just want to shout out some of our YouTube members as well. Such as Michael Avery, Truth WSYF, LGS, JK Cinar, Haley Girl, Midas Cam, Roger Davis Jr., Helen Hunter, Weaselman, Matt Oral Skills, Ken Lance, all of our other members. Thank you. Anok. Thanks also ZQXJ9 on Twitch for subscribing. And Mr. M. Bunny Lady. M. Bunny Lady, thanks for subscribing. And I missed it. Tatsiki gave out 5 gift subs on Twitch. I got behind thanking people on Twitch. Thank you, Tatsiki. Also, Tech Slug, thanks for your support. Tech Slug and Naomi Russo, thanks for your support. Sorry for the delay in thanking people. Also, I missed JJ Death subscribed. And Java Jenkins subscribed on Twitch. Man, I got behind on Twitch again. Sometimes it just happens. Sorry, Twitch, for the delay in thanking people. This camera is not remotely operated. This camera from Beirut, you could hear the camera person is there. There's one or more camera people there operating it. That's my firm belief. I guess I could be wrong, but it seems like we hear the people there. Our viewer LGS says, I don't know where this is all going to end. It's so unpredictable. Dawn said oil back below 100. Oh, I'm seeing WTI is close to 100 now. Some gunfire. So WTI is right around 100. Brent is about 105 or so that I can see. Really not much of an increase in the oil price since the market opened at this point. It opened about an hour ago. Barry says, I expected a sharper surge for sure. Oh, hey, thanks to Bobby. Bobby mentions to me that, I never saw this today. Benjamin Netanyahu posted this. I totally missed this today. Bobby, our viewer, sent this to me because there's been this conspiracy theory that he's dead. It says, they say I'm what? Watch.
מה שאלת אותי?
ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת?
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות לנו?
פה. פה. ראית?
Talked about having 5 fingers, I guess.
ראש הממשלה מסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים?
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים אני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם, גם אתם תמשיכו. תמשיכו להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, כל הזמן, להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף.
You know what he should have done? what he should have done is he should have made this video with a prosthetic that made it look like he had 6 fingers. That was the move he should have done.
וגם לראשי הערים להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן. ואנחנו נקל ככל שהדבר ניתן. ותודה לך על הקפה, הוא מצוין. אני לא יודע לגבי הקלוריות, זה נראה לי מסוכן מאוד.
Anyways, I can tell. I don't know everything he said.
ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה...
You get the idea. Anyways, yeah, I didn't see that earlier. No, Greg says this came out before you started today, which is why people were asking you. No, I don't think everybody in the chat who is saying is BB dead was referring to that video. We've had people saying that for 4 straight days. Thank you, Greg Berry, though. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't see this. Yeah, what I said I didn't want to talk about is I didn't want to talk about the conspiracy theory, but I'm happy to mention Netanyahu's video debunking it. Not that he needed to be debunked. Thank you, Greg M. Berry. I appreciate your support. Hang on a moment here. Some of our viewers are claiming the video was AI. Then I'm not going to show it, but a viewer, Mr. Newton, sent me, there's a meme video of Macron. It's the same video, but it's Macron, I guess made with AI. It's raining now. It's really raining now. It's really raining now. By the way, our viewer IndyCar says America gets less than 1% of its oil by way of the Strait of Hormuz. Our strategic reserve is being used to buffer other nations. Those oil companies, we're not talking about shortages here, but the world as a whole. So who's making big money on higher U.S. gas prices? That's what our viewer IndyCar wrote in. Give me a moment here. Raining a lot in Beirut right now. No 24 US says it's a global market. D-Trade says oil prices are set globally. So I was mentioning to you before that there's been talk of at some point would Trump send in troops to try to get Iran's enriched uranium. Excuse me. You can read. There's an article about this in the Wall Street Journal today, which you can read, which is called "If Seizing Iran's Nuclear Material is the Endgame, Here's What It Would Take." They say Admiral James Stavridis, who is the NATO commander, said it could be would require potentially the largest special forces operation in history. And it echoes some things. I think I was in an Economist article. I was reading about this too, but it talks about how you'd need heavy excavating equipment. You'd need troops and, weaponry to secure the perimeter. As the Economist says, it says you would need to capture a local airfield or create an airfield or runway for planes to fly into the area. I've seen estimates of 1,000 people or more needed to be involved. So that's, again, it's not going to be 10 people going in and doing it if that happens. Snarf thinks the special forces are there. The Economist says sending in special forces to get Iran's enriched uranium would take a huge days-long operation involving a specialist assault force protected by over 1,000 troops and constant air support. Also, The Economist says intelligence suggests that the enriched uranium is in 2 or even 3 places. The Economist also points out that Iran still has the know-how to enrich uranium. So even if you take it, they could enrich uranium in the future. The Economist thinks that Iran may be willing to strike a permanent nuclear deal as part of a ceasefire. Fletch thinks Iran scientists are gone. Brad thinks gas will be $8 a gallon soon. Hold on a second here. Truth Over Agenda thinks it's too late for a deal. Robert Anderson thinks Iran has been preparing for ground troops for years. Give me one moment here. One moment. One moment. President Trump told Financial Times the summit with Xi Jinping could be delayed. The Financial Times says President Trump, they interviewed President Trump today, and he said his summit with President Xi may be delayed. Also, the Financial Times said President Trump told them that NATO faces a very bad future if the U.S. allies fail to assist in opening up the Strait of Hormuz. They said they talked to Trump for 8 minutes today. Trump said that. They said they talked to Trump for 8 minutes today. They just posted that on their X account too. I saw the article, but they just posted it on X. Trump warns NATO faces very bad future if allies fail to help U.S. in Iran. Asked to specify the help he needed, Trump said, whatever it takes. Trump said allies should send minesweepers, of which Europe possesses many more than the U.S. Whoa. Trump implied he wanted European commando teams or other military help to eliminate Iranians making a nuisance in the Gulf with drones and naval mines. Okay. So that's a new interview with Financial Times that they did with Trump. One moment here. So, just to clarify, the Financial Times talked to President Trump today for 8 minutes, they said. They said he warned NATO faces a very, very bad future if allies fail to help U.S. in Iran. The Financial Times also said that, asked to specify the help he needed, he said whatever it takes. He said allies should send minesweepers. Europe has many more of those than the U.S. He also wanted, quote, people who are going to knock out some bad actors that are along the Iranian shore. Trump implied he wanted European commando teams or other military help against Iranians making a nuisance in the Gulf with drones and naval mines. You can read that at Financial Times. Sam Newman says, but he eliminated Iran's military 100%. A girl in jeans says USA deserves help. Ibid Kasparov says he is just planting the seed. So this continued because yesterday he posted a couple times on Truth Social saying that asking for help and saying he was hoping for help from the allies to close the Strait of Hormuz, asking them to send ships. Look, this is from yesterday. Remember this? The United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with the countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace. And he also posted yesterday this. Many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the USA to keep the strait open and safe. We have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully, China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the U.S. will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or another, we will get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. So yesterday, he was suggesting that allies send ships to help opening the Strait of Hormuz, and today he is suggesting to the Financial Times that allies need to provide help with this. Maris Oldeval says now he wants China's help? Let's see here. The Financial Times says Trump expressed frustration with the UK response to this so far. Trump told the Financial Times China should help because they get 90% of its oil from the strait. Thanks, by the way, to Lidwine Elizabeth. She says, as I helped my grandmother to take about 100 bottles of water stored for ages out, I told her not ever a world war again. Now Trump says team effort, but a team should be informed when you do things. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. Thanks also Tony Jones, our new member. Jesus Freak, our new member. Snow Crash, our member. Tony Jones says, so now, from the UK says, so now Trump wants UK warships to help funny that. Oh, thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. Yeah, I don't really, I can't speak to this NATO thing. I just saw this in an interview today where Trump said, he told the Financial Times that NATO faces a very bad future if allies fail to help U.S. and Iran. Now, NATO is a defensive alliance, right? It's a defensive alliance. So they would not be under obligation to help the U.S. in a military action which the U.S. began, just to be clear. But right on their website, it says NATO is a defensive alliance. But maybe he's not, he says NATO, but he just, as a way to talk about the countries, and he's not saying that they should help because they're in NATO. Thank you, Andrew Schlegel, for your support. Thank you, Andrew. I missed that before. Thank you, Andrew. One other quick thing I want to mention. The Financial Times, you can go there and read this if you want. They have an article that says, U.S. oil companies stand to receive a windfall of more than $60 billion this year if crude oil prices maintain the levels they have hit since the start of the war. But oil companies are exposed to, they could have problems. They could also experience losses from this, from what's going on. Because they can have operations in the Middle East that are impacted by what's going on. And then one expert they talked to, the Financial Times, talked about, like, hold on a second here. Oh, we have some alerts right now. What's happening? Sirens in Tel Aviv. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Listen. Interceptor? I think we heard an interceptor get fired. Maybe. Oh, we might have just heard an interception. We may have just heard an interception. Camera back. I apologize. About 5 minutes before that, there was a pre-alert. I'm guessing some of you were telling me this, and I was just involved in what we were talking about, and I didn't notice the pre-alert. So sorry about that, but we were able to show you the sirens. Did you guys see stuff on Intel cams? Was there anything on Intel cams? I'm rewinding and I didn't see anything, but maybe I wasn't looking at the right place. Some people are saying yes. Three booms on Intel cams. There were intercept launches on camera 4 on Intel cams, people are saying. Oh, I can see. I rewound and I saw an interceptor go up on Intel cams. That was several minutes ago. I'll check and see if there's any reporting on what happened. I think we might have heard the interception. Yeah, reported interception or interceptions from that last missile wave. I don't know if it was more than one missile. Reportedly, some significant explosions In Tehran, I'm seeing reports of this right now, for example, from Shin. Reports of some large explosions in Tehran tonight. One point that the Financial Times article make that I want to say is there was an article about how American oil companies are in position to make a lot of money from the gas prices going up, from the oil prices going up. But it also said that if the oil crisis makes countries in the future want to use oil less and look to alternate sources of energy, that could negatively impact oil companies. Oh, I missed this before. Faytux News mentioned this, and I missed this before. NetBlocks, about 8 hours ago, said metrics indicate a collapse in connectivity on AS12880, a key Iran telecoms network that had so far remained partly online as part of the around 1% reserved state infrastructure. The incident corroborates reports of instability on the NIN domestic intranet. So the internet has been largely off there since the war started, but they're saying some of the remainder has collapsed. Thank you so much, Denmark, from Denmark, Ziva Diva, who says, I'm sure my country, Denmark, can send a serious dog sled. Thank you also, Shadow Fox 6530. Shadow Fox said there was a B-1. Oh, right here. Shadow Fox mentioned this plane on Flight Radar 24. This one right here. Where is it? Hold on. Right there. That is that where it is? There. It is a B-1, B-1B. And it looks like it's coming back from the direction of Iran. Along with a bunch of tankers, refueling tankers. Now I can't find it anymore. It's there somewhere. Believe me, it's there somewhere. There it is right there. This is a heavy bomber used by the U.S. Air Force. This plane, hang on a second here. Wikipedia says it's one of the U.S. Air Force's 3 strategic bomber types, along with the B-2 Spirit and the B-52 Stratofortress. It carries up to a 75,000-pound payload. So did it just drop bombs in Iran? I don't know. Al Capone says B-1 is serious damage. That's on Flight Radar 24. Thanks for mentioning it, Shadow Fox. Thanks also, Real Bilbo Baggins I Am. I really appreciate that. Faytux News says dozens of locals are reporting loud explosions heard in Dubai. A local tells me they can see smoke and fire rising in the vicinity of the airport. That is from Faytux News. Let's see if I see anything more about that. People in Israel can now leave their protected areas after that missile warning. Again, report of some strong explosions tonight in Iran, seeing some from about 20 minutes ago. Daphne Leal, who's an Israeli reporter, says in the last missile warning, she said, apparently a missile fall in an open area, there are no reports of casualties. I'll keep an eye on what we hear about Dubai. Again, unconfirmed reports of explosions near Dubai airport. At some point, I'm going to need to eat some food I haven't eaten. Soon I'll make some food. Thanks, Oliver Hernandez, our member. Thanks, Oliver. One of our viewers mentioned Dubai Airport on Flight Radar 24. Hold on a second. Over here, there's Dubai. Yes, so as one of our viewers mentioned, it does look like planes are holding. See these planes that are all supposed to be going to Dubai Airport? Dubai Airport is here. Now they're just circling around here. We've seen this kind of thing before sometimes happen if there's something going on in Dubai or at the, especially at the airport. So these planes appear to be, they're coming in to land at Dubai, but they're being held up. So what is going on there? One of our viewers, cranking that, thinks it's drones. I've seen some unconfirmed. Oops, it's raining. Now it's raining again. I've seen some unconfirmed reports online claiming some sort of attacks in Saudi Arabia, or attempted. I don't know if it's drones or whatever. That's unconfirmed right now. Waiting to get you more information. Faytux News says multiple locals confirming smoke in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport. Unclear what has been targeted. I feel like maybe there's been stuff targeted near there before, but I don't remember. I am seeing a unconfirmed picture online of plumes of smoke rising near Dubai Airport. As we mentioned, there are airplanes that are supposed to be landing in Dubai, and they're just basically circling and holding right now instead of going to Dubai Airport, which is over here. I don't know if that one's that wasn't supposed to go. That was supposed to go here. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. Again, trying to get you an update on what's happening in Dubai. There are unconfirmed reports of some sort of attack in the area of the airport. One of our viewers, Mr. Q Crash, says Dubai is censored a lot. Yeah, it can be hard to get information out of there up to date about what's going on. So this is, by the way, they just posted, Saudi Arabia just posted 11 minutes ago, interception and destruction of 5 drones in the eastern region. And then 27 minutes ago, they posted interception and destruction of 6 drones in the eastern region. And then 29 minutes ago, they said interception and destruction of 7 drones in the eastern region. That's all from the Saudi Ministry of Defense. So it sounds like there may have been dozens of drones fired by Iran at Saudi Arabia. I don't know if any of them caused any damage. New post from President Trump. New post from President Trump. I haven't even read it yet. It's a long post. It's a long post. President Trump says, Iran has long been known as a master of media manipulation and public relations. They are militarily ineffective and weak, but are really good at feeding the very appreciative fake news media false information. Now AI has become another disinformation weapon that Iran uses quite well, considering they are being annihilated by the day. They showed phony kamikaze boats shooting at various ships at sea, which looks wonderful, powerful, and vicious, but these boats don't exist. It's all false information to show how tough their already defeated military is. The 5 U.S. refueling planes that were supposedly struck down and badly damaged, according to the Wall Street Journal's false reporting and others, are all in service, with the exception of one, which will soon be flying in the skies. Buildings and ships that are shown to be on fire are not. It's fake news generated by AI. For instance, Iran, working in close coordination with the fake news media, shows our great USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, one of the largest and most prestigious ships in the world, burning uncontrollably in the ocean. Not only was it not burning, it was not even shot at. Iran knows better than to do that. The story was knowingly fake, and in a certain way, you can say these media outlets that generated it should be brought up on charges for treason for the dissemination of false information. The fact is, Iran is being decimated, and the only battles they win are those that they create through AI and are distributed by corrupt media outlets. The radical left-wing press knows this full well, but continues to go forward with false stories and lies. That's why their approval rating is so low, and I can win a presidential election in a landslide, getting only 5% positive press. They have no credibility. I am so thrilled to see Brendan Carr, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, looking at the licenses of some of these corrupt and highly unpatriotic news organizations, news in quotes. They get billions of dollars of free American airways and use it to perpetuate lies, both in news and almost all of their shows, including the late-night morons who get gigantic salaries for horrible ratings and never get, as I used to say in The Apprentice, fired. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That is the new message from President Trump. That was a longer post than the usual. Thanks, Jet Souls Forever, who says M dashes detected in his post, possibly AI, because it had M dashes. Thank you to Jet Souls Forever. Thank you, Melly O. Not Melly, Melly O and Trace Houday. Thank you, Carolyn Phelps. Yeah, I'm going to get some food soon. Thanks, Carolyn. Thanks, DS7859 for the memberships. Thank you. Thank you also, Lidwine Elizabeth. She said, last time I went to food Karg Island happened. Well, when I'm eating, I can always run back in here if something big happens. Thank you, E1991M. I appreciate it. And again, thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth again. Thank you also, Scott Bedwell. Scott claims the White House is going live? Oh, the White House is a gaggle. It's the White House is playing a audio of President Trump talking to the press. I'll put that on. Thanks for letting me know. It's not President Trump speaking to the nation or something. Thanks, Scott Bedwell. Thanks also, Steve Otten. Steve thinks the long post suggests the war isn't as going as well as they want us to believe. That's what Steve says. Thanks also, Kinjiru, who says the U.S. lost the Vietnam War without ever losing a single major battle. Remember this when you read DJT's words. Thank you, Shaft, for the memberships. All right, hold on. Is this live? Oh, let me put on the Trump audio. Trump audio is coming on now. Sorry, it's live now.
1%, 2%. And China, as an example, gets about 90% of its oil from the Hormuz Strait. And it's nice to have other countries police that with us, and we'll help. We'll work with them militarily. As far as I'm concerned, we've essentially defeated Iran. I guess they can have a little bit of fight back, but not much. Not much. So we've taken out their air force, as you know. We've taken out their air defense. There's no air defense whatsoever. We've taken out their leadership, perhaps 2 or 3, might be 3. We'll find out soon. But militarily, it's been amazing. We attacked Karg Island, and we left just the one little area standing, and the standing part is where they have the pipes, all the oil pipes come in. And we can do that on 5 minutes notice. We have it all locked and loaded and ready to go if we want to do it. But we chose not to do it. I chose not to do it yet. We'll see what happens. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. I don't think they're ready. Just on what I'm hearing, they want to negotiate badly, as they should. But I don't think they're ready to do what they have to do. But I think they will be ready at some point. But we're doing very well with respect to that whole situation in Iran. We are talking to other countries about working with us on the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's great too. But remember, like as an example, in many cases, they're NATO countries. We're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. As many, it's got an ocean in between us. Doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. And be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open. That, by comparison, is a small. It's small because Iran has very little firepower left. Their missiles are down to a low number. You see, they're shooting very few of them. You know why? Because they don't have very many of them. And because we've decimated their manufacturing capability. Likewise, the drones are way down. They're down to about 20% of strong military operation, just as it was in Venezuela. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far, not even a contest. And I think people understand that. And we will finish the job.
Mr. President, which countries have said that they will help with these?
Well, I can't say yet. It's a little early. They were contacted today and last night. But we've had some positive response. We had a few that would rather not get involved.
Is China one of them?
I don't want to tell you about that. I mean, I can't really say for sure, but China's an interesting case study. They get most of their oil, as you know, by far. They get a lot, about 90% through the strait. So I said, would you like to come in and we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You know, there's some other deeper reasons why they may not. They should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I've said years ago, I said, why are we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why aren't they doing it? And that's because we had weak leadership, to be honest with you. But I'm bringing it up now because I think even long term, I think it's something that other countries should help us with.
How many other countries, Mr. President?
And again, remember this, about 7. We talked about 7.
About 7.
Just remember that it's something that we don't need, and these countries do need. And yet for years, it's like, for years we've been maintaining it, doing a great job. And now that the war is, now that they've been diminished in terms of military, their military has been greatly diminished. I think it's a good thing for other countries to come in. Now, it would have been nice, as I said to the Prime Minister of the UK, who sort of was reluctant to put his 2 aircraft carriers into harm's way. That would be 2 weeks ago. And as soon as we demolished, essentially pretty much demolished them, not over yet, but pretty much we're in great shape, let's put it that way, as everybody knows. He said, we'd like to send our aircraft carriers. I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want them before we start the war. So whether it's whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
How soon, sir, would this begin?
Well, it start immediately, but it will take a little time to get here. Some of the countries have minesweepers, that's good. Some of the countries have a certain type of boat that could help us. Some of the countries would be, helpful. Remember, it only takes a couple of people to screw up the strait, a couple of terrorists. You don't need, their military is defeated, but all you need is a few people dropping mines here and there, and you louse it up. So we need, I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory, because it is their territory. It's the place from which they get their energy, and they should come and they should help us protect it. You could make the case that maybe we shouldn't even be there at all, because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We're the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2, by double, at least double. Now I think it's much higher than that. But we do it. It's almost like we do it for habit. But we also do it for some very good allies that we have in the Middle East.
Sir, you mentioned that Iran wants to make a deal. However, earlier today, we heard their foreign minister say they'd never said they wanted to make a deal and that they'll do whatever they can to defend Iran. What's your response?
And what they tell the public. I just put out a truth about their disinformation. I assume most of you saw it. And they use AI. They said they attacked the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of the largest ships in the world, an aircraft carrier, and they show pictures of it burning. It was never attacked, it was never burning. The Wall Street Journal put out a false story that 5 of our big, beautiful tankers that we feed the planes with, give the planes the gas, the jet fuel, hundreds of thousands of gallons of gasoline, that they were all essentially destroyed. They weren't destroyed at all. In fact, 4 of them were not even, literally were not damaged. And 1 of them has slight damage and will be back in the air soon. But if you read the Wall Street Journal, it's like they were totally decimated and destroyed, like Iran has been. So they put out phony stories. The kamikaze boats, The kamikaze boats don't exist. They're fake. And you can almost see that when you look at them. It looks great, because if they did exist, we'd hit them just like we hit other boats all over the place. But they don't exist. In fact, some of the people say, where are the boats? Well, how come nobody's seen the boats? You know why? Because it's AI generated. It's fake. And I found, I didn't realize this before we started, but Iran is known for a lot of fake news. And they deal with our fake news. And I actually think it's pretty criminal because our media companies, who have no credibility whatsoever, are putting out information that they know is false, and it's a very dangerous thing for the country. I think they could be in serious jeopardy.
Mr. President, your PAC put out a fundraising email a couple of days ago, and it's being criticized for using official White House photos of you at the dignified transfer, and the PAC is also promising access to secret.
Well, I was at the dignified transfer, unlike a lot of other people.
Do you think it's an appropriate email to send? Your critics are saying that you're fundraising.
I didn't see it. I mean, somebody puts it out. We have a lot of people working for us, but there's nobody that's better to the military than me. And all you have to do is look at the election, look at the election results, look at the kind of votes that we get, look at the poll numbers. There's nobody that's ever been higher as a president than me with the military.
Can you give a comment on the 6 dead soldiers?
Who are you with?
ABC News.
One of the worst, most fake, most corrupt.
Can you give a comment on the dead
You know what,
soldiers?
ABC News? I think it's maybe the most corrupt news organizations on the planet. I think they're terrible.
Can you give a comment
I don't
on
want
the
any more from
soldiers?
ABC.
Right here. What's Israel?
Much better.
Thank you, sir. What's Israel doing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz?
They're working with us. The relationship with Israel, that was other fake news. They were saying, oh, did I have an argument with Bibi? No, we really get along well. And he would tell you we're leading the whole thing. And I don't, they can say it or not say it, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to get it done. But my relationship with Bibi Netanyahu is, I would say, extraordinary, actually.
If I can, one more. When you called for the people of Iran to rise up, overthrow their government, what's going on there? They haven't done that. Do you expect them to?
You're dealing with thugs. You're dealing with horrible people. You're dealing with people that are violent and vicious. And that's the leadership and the people right under them, their military or their police. And they've notified everybody, and they put out statements that if you protest, you're going to be shot and killed. The protesters have no guns. And I know you're a brave person, but I don't think you'd be protesting. And so I think it's very hard for them to protest. I fully understand it. They said, if you protest, you will be killed. A week ago and 2 weeks ago, they killed 32,000 protesters, at least. We think the number's much higher than that. They shot and killed 32,000 protesters who were greatly enthusiastic and want to see a change because they've destroyed the country. The people that are running it destroyed the country. But think of it, they shot and killed much more than 32,000 people. Now they put out a notice 2 days ago that we're going to shoot and kill any protester. And they don't have guns, meaning the protesters. They have no guns. So I can fully understand why they're not doing it. Oh, one other thing that was AI generated, they showed about 250,000 people in a square saying how much they love Khamenei. Totally AI generated. It never took place. The media knew it didn't take place, but they built it up like they have great support. They don't have support. And that whole rally that they had 4 days ago, that they said was fake. It was AI generated. AI can be very dangerous. We have to be very careful with it. But the rally, because I was actually surprised to see, because I don't know how much the people hate this leadership. This leadership has destroyed the country. The rally that everybody, including ABC Fake News, your network is the worst. But everybody put that rally on. Like, oh, and even I was surprised. I looked. It turned out, I found out today, it was a totally AI-generated fake news story put out by news organizations in the U.S. and elsewhere. And honestly, they really shouldn't be allowed to do it.
Mr. President, are there any diplomatic talks going on between the U.S. and Iran at all right now?
Yeah. We're talking to them.
What are the
But I don't think they're ready. But they're getting pretty close.
Mr. President, you mentioned
I don't know that I
that.
want to make a deal because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with because most of their leadership has been killed, as you know, right? So I don't even know that we want to make a deal.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran's military.
They want to make a deal badly, yes.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran's military has been decimated economically in other ways. Are you ready to officially declare victory against Iran?
There's no reason to. I think I'd just say they're decimated, but I wouldn't do that. I think that we've done damage to them right now. If we left right now, it would take them 10 years and more to rebuild. But I'm still not declaring it over. Our military is incredible. The job they've done is just incredible. And the problem is that when you look at fake stories written by you people, written by and generated by AI, it's incredible. And I just wonder, like Jeff, do you know that these are fake stories? Did you know that the rally of 250,000 people, the supposed rally, was fake? Did you know that?
I saw the reporting on it.
But you wrote about it. You talked about it, and you knew it was fake. It was AI generated.
No, I didn't know it was fake.
You did. You knew it. You knew it.
Sir,
Anybody that knew the country knew there's not 250,000 people willing to stand in a circle and say how great Khamenei is. Okay.
So
are you unhappy?
You talk about the military objectives.
Yeah.
What about political leadership in Iran? What type of leadership
We have
needs to
people,
be?
some are dead, but we have some people that we think would be good. I mean, we'll see about that.
Is that a requirement, sir?
It's something we talk about. See what happens.
Can you explain why we're sending 5,000 Marines and sailors? Can you explain
You're
why
a
you're...
very obnoxious person. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I wanted to ask you if you talked about about selling oil futures as a way of capping prices, trying to keep prices down at the pump.
The prices are going to come tumbling down as soon as it's over, and it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Do you have any concerns about the political impacts of this? I mean,
I have to do what's right. You know, political, I'm sure everybody has concern. I have to do what's right.
Is there a
I
time-
can't say that, you know, gee, I don't want to have any impact on oil prices for 3 or 4 weeks or 2 months, and we're going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon and blow up the entire Middle East and beyond, right? Because, you know, they were going to blow up the Middle East. If I didn't terminate the Obama horrible deal, the Iran nuclear deal it's called, if I didn't terminate that in my first term, they would have already had a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it immediately upon getting it. And if I didn't send in the B-2 bombers to bomb the hell out of it and obliterate, and that's what it was, we obliterated that site and stopped all their potential nuclear. If I didn't do that, you would have had Israel and the Middle East hit by nuclear weapons. And we wouldn't be talking about this right now.
Do you have
What I did in terminating the Iran nuclear deal, and what I did in sending in the B-2 bombers, it was one of the most incredible attacks anyone's ever seen. Late at night, dark, no moon, and every single bomb went right down those chutes and blew the whole place apart. If I didn't do that, you would have had nuclear warfare in the Middle East, and I think Israel would have been obliterated. I think lots of the Middle East would have been. And you saw that when they sent thousands of missiles to countries that didn't expect anything. They didn't think they were going to be involved. And yet you look at what happened with Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. You take a look at Qatar. I mean, they sort of got along. And all of a sudden they're being barraged by missiles. These people would have used nuclear on the entire Middle East. And that was their plan, take over the whole Middle East. And it failed with the nuclear. And then they had thousands of missiles. And for the most part, largely, we've now destroyed those missiles. Thank you very much, everybody.
One other
Thank you.
question. Tell us about Cuba.
Yeah.
You're talking to Cuba. What do you want to hear from them, and
Well,
what is that risk for them?
I am holding Cuba. Cuba's a failed nation. Cuba also wants to make a deal. And I think we will pretty soon, or either make a deal or do whatever we have to do. We have a lot of great people that happen to vote for Trump. Not that that matters, but we have a lot of great people from Cuba that were violently and viciously thrown out of the country, and worse, their families were killed. And so we're talking to Cuba. but we're going to do Iran before Cuba.
And what is at risk?
And, you know,
for
people
Cuba?
have been waiting 50 years to hear this story with Cuba. When I left Palm Beach today, there were thousands of people on the road. I'm sure you saw them. And they were from Cuba and from Venezuela, all friendly, waving the flag and waving the American flag. They've been waiting 50 years for what's happening with Cuba. So I think something will happen with Cuba pretty quickly.
Do you have an update on the Iran school strike? Is it looking more likely that it was the U.S.'s fault? Maybe the Iran school strike that happened on the first day of the war?
We don't know. That's under investigation.
Mr. President, what do you want to see in a deal with Iran to end the war, and how does that differ from Israel's objectives? You said the other day they might have different objectives.
I think we have similar objectives, really, but could be a little bit different. You know, they're there and we're very far away, but I think we probably have pretty similar with Israel. The relationship has been very good. The militaries are very well coordinated. Ours is the strongest by far in the world, and they have a real good military, you know, really good. They have a lot of our weapons. They have our planes. They have our missiles. They have our Patriots. They have a lot of our weapons. We have the best. We make the best weapons in the world. And now what we're doing, as you probably saw, we have the Raytheon and all of the Lockheed. All of these companies are now building plants because we don't want to wait. We make the best weapons, but we don't like to have to wait for them. What we do have, though, is at a very high level, we have unlimited weapons at a medium to high level, and they're really doing the trick. And we're not using they call it the elite weapons, because frankly, they haven't, outside of the original attack, they haven't been necessary. But these companies are building facilities, and they've already started all over many of them are building many buildings right now to make so that we wait 2 weeks instead of 2 years for weapons.
So last week you said that we're nowhere near sending ground troops to the Middle East. Are we still in that situation?
People like you about that. I mean, why would I tell you I'm sending or not sending? I don't talk about a military strategy. Who would talk about it? I mean, who would answer a question like that?
Do you have a comment on the 6 service members who passed last week?
Who else?
What do you want to see in the deal? Because earlier you said reportedly that the deal wasn't good enough.
There will be no nuclear weapons. That's where it starts. And then on top of that, there's plenty of things that we're going to get. Thank you very much.
The comment about Israel?
All right, so that was President Trump answering questions. I think that was live on Air Force One. So, sorry, we missed, I think, the first couple of minutes of that. So when I get a chance, I'll replay the first couple of minutes of it. Hey, I wanted to mention, I have to eat. I made some food, so I'm going to eat in a second and leave the stream up. But I do want to mention that there is, Dubai authorities confirmed that there was a drone incident at the airport there, the Dubai International Airport. You can see right here, it says, oops. It says right here, Dubai authorities are currently responding to a fire resulting from a drone-related incident in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport. All necessary measures are being taken to ensure everyone's safety. So a fire at the airport. I posted a video on my X account that Faytux News posted, which appears to show a large fire in the area of the airport. Faytux News said that that locals are reporting an oil tank at the airport was struck. And as we saw before, we showed you this on Flight Radar 24. Flight Radar 24 says flights bound for Dubai are currently holding away from the airport. We showed you that before. Flights not landing there and circling around. I don't know if any of them have been diverted at this point. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and check that out. But there is Dubai Airport right there. And you can see planes over here that, where are they? That one was heading from Shanghai to Dubai. Now that's a bunch of planes here just kind of circling around and waiting. See, that's another one. That was going to land in Dubai. That one was headed to Dubai. A bunch of these planes are just circling here, waiting to go, I guess, waiting to see if things can get cleared up at the airport so they can land. I do want to point out also, interestingly, the oil price right now is slightly below where it was when the market opened a couple hours ago. WTI crude is around 98. It opened at about 98.7. Brent crude is right around where it opened, 103.1 or so. So just wanted to point that out. By the way, thanks Haroon AQ, who says, is AI the new scapegoat? President Trump talked about AI a lot. He's talked about what he called fake videos that Iran was putting out. And I think he was suggesting the U.S. press was putting out fake videos with AI. Thanks also Firefly, who says, no way he just said AI can be dangerous, but put almost no regulation on it. Thank you, Firefly. Thanks, Haroon AQ. Thanks, Prep Mom. Thanks, Nino NPC. Thank you, Infinity HD. Scott and Nino thinks Trump is trying to censor the media from telling the truth. That's what Nino said. Hey, so we're going to have more coverage. I'm going to just eat something because I haven't eaten. The food is ready. It's waiting for me to eat it. So let me leave the live feeds up, and I'm going to go eat, and then I'm going to come back, and I will be watching what's going on while I eat. And if there's some big development, I can just stop eating and rush right in here. Okay? So we'll have more updates as soon as I eat, and I'll keep an eye on everything. I'm going to keep an eye out on what's going on with. Also the Israeli Defense Forces did say that they had launched a new wave of strikes in Tehran. So because we were hearing reports of explosions in Tehran, some big explosions, the Israeli Defense Force did say that. The IDF has begun a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting Iranian terror infrastructure in Tehran. So they confirmed that. So let me eat something so we can keep going here. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are here moderating. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to on Twitch, Tech Slug for your support, and Relila, and Marble Gull, and RS Crafty, and the Severinator. Sorry, it took me. I got delayed. Thanking people on Twitch again. Big Chief Rick, and Miss M Bunny Lady. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to eat. I'll put up on the screen that I'm coming back after I eat. I'll keep an eye on things. If there's something super urgent, I'll run in before. Otherwise, I'll be back in a little bit and have more coverage for you guys. Thank you for your patience. I have eaten. Hey, I think there might be video from when President Trump spoke on Air Force One. You have video yet? Oh no, not yet. At some point they'll post video of it. All right, one moment. Let's update you on a couple things. Quick thanks to Lotto the Gamer and Karen Sherwood, thank you, and Mad Bubbles, thank you, and Hotfix from Kyrgyzstan. Thank you, Hotfix, for your support. Also, hang on a moment here. In case you missed it, Dubai says it is still trying to bring a fire under control at the Dubai airport caused by an Iranian drone. They posted over an hour ago saying they were resulting to a fire resulting from a drone-related incident in the vicinity of the airport. Then they said The drone crash near the airport resulted in damage to one of the fuel tanks. And they're still trying to put out the fire or bring it under control. No injuries reported so far. Then I also saw something about, oh, hold on a second. Somewhat damaged, says fuel tanks a mess. We saw on Flight Radar 24 flights holding and not landing at the airport because of this. Here. You can see all these planes over here circling around. See these planes here? This one from Korea was supposed to land at Dubai. Now it's just circling around. All these planes just circling around up here and waiting to be able to land. On Flight Radar 24. Hold on. So that's happening. One of the viewers said one landed in Egypt. Did any of them get diverted? I don't know. I'm going to, when I get a chance, I'm going to play you the first couple minutes of Trump's remarks on Air Force One. We listened to most of them, but we didn't hear the first couple minutes, so I want to play that again. Hey, shout out to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We have Ruth and Beth Mythical are moderating right now. Thank you. Thank you, by the way, to also Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Also, Avril Louise Urquhart. Thank you for your support on Facebook, for the Facebook stars. Thanks to also Kristen McConnell Gates and Rachel Louise Gibson. Thanks for the Facebook stars. Twitch moderators. Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Big thank you. Thanks also Tech Slug on Twitch for your support, and Wilkie. Thank you, Wilkie, for your support on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you so much to all of our mods. Number of airstrikes in Tehran tonight. Israel said like an hour or two ago it was carrying out a wide, what did they say, a large wave of strikes? Is that what Israel said? In Tehran? A wide-scale wave of strikes, Israel said it was carrying out tonight in Tehran. Oh, is the Dubai fire now under control? Hey guys, update from Dubai. Civil defense teams have successfully contained the fire resulting from impact to one of the fuel tanks in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport. No injuries have been reported. Saudi Arabia has been shooting down a bunch of Iranian drones tonight. We were talking about this before. They keep posting more reports of drones being shot down. 23 minutes, they shot down 3 drones. 23 minutes ago. An hour ago, shot down 9 drones. And then in the hour before, that, 7 drones, 5 drones, 6 drones, 7 drones. So a bunch of drones being fired at Saudi Arabia tonight. Now, they said they shot down drones. It's in theory possible that other drones were not shot down. They didn't say we shot down all the drones. So I don't know if any drones in Saudi Arabia have hit anything. I haven't heard of that, but just something to keep in mind. Berry says government reports. Planes are cool, says drones are the problem now, I guess. I wonder if the White House soon is going to post. I'd like them. Sometimes, usually, what happens is they post the video of Trump on Air Force One. But I haven't seen it posted yet. They have the audio, but not the video. $4.48. Ooh, what happened? Did I mess something up with the? When did this shot go off? When did I do that? When did I take the video off? I think I did it accidentally a second ago. Sorry. Oh, hold on a second here. I think I have something else from the IDF. Where is this? Can't find it. All right, don't. It's not worth showing at this point. We saw a couple of strikes in Beirut earlier in the stream. Yeah, again, there was a Iranian drone that hit a fuel tank at Dubai airport, which is why the planes have not been landing at the airport. And they now said they have brought the fire under control. Oh, give me 1 second here. I'm going to disappear for about 7 seconds. Hold on. So I want to mention, we heard Trump take some questions before on Air Force One. You can see here, AP says, Trump says he demanded about 7 countries join coalition to police Strait of Hormuz. President Trump said today he has demanded that about 7 countries heavily reliant on Middle East oil join a coalition to police the Strait of Hormuz. He declined to name the countries the administration is negotiating with for protection of the strait. He said, I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it is their own territory, he said about the strait, claiming the vital shipping channel is not something the U.S. needs because of its own access to oil. Trump said China gets about 90% of its oil from the strait, while the U.S. gets a minimal amount. He declined to discuss whether China would join the coalition. Also, Trump said, we will remember who joins the new coalition. He wouldn't say which countries will be a part of the coalition that he wants to police the Strait of Hormuz, but he said he would not forget the countries that declined to help, specifically name-checking British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who he said initially declined to put British aircraft carriers into harm's way. J.P. Farley thinks China is laughing at him? I don't know if they were on his list, but I did see Reuters reported that Australia announced, an Australian government minister announced they will not be sending naval ships to assist in the opening the Strait of Hormuz. Aren't Chinese ships already going through? I don't know. I mean, there have been ships with Iranian oil that have been allowed through, and most of that oil goes to China. I don't know who owned the ships. Canuck Watcher believes that Japan has a minesweeper but cannot be used during active war and conflicts only after it's in their constitution? That I cannot verify off the top of my head. Venom Platypus says Australia is on Team China. If you missed it before, Financial Times did an interview with Trump today. They said that Trump told them that NATO faces a very bad future if allies fail to help the U.S. in Iran. Also, the Financial Times said, asked to specify the help he needed, Trump said whatever it takes. He added that allies should send minesweepers, of which Europe possesses many more than the U.S. He also wanted people who are going to knock out some bad actors that are along the Iranian shore. He implied he wanted European commando teams or other military help to eliminate Iranians making a nuisance of the Gulf with drones and naval mines. Oh, I thought the Dubai fire was under control. Oh no, they did say it was under control. Sorry. Yes, Dubai government said that the fire at the airport is under control when a drone hit a fuel tank. I still don't see the video yet from Air Force One. We'll see if they post it. There was a B-1 bomb. One of our viewers mentioned a B-1 bomber on flight radar. We saw that before. The viewer said, "Why was it visible?" I don't know if it was intentionally made visible as a signal or just what. Seems like planes are keeping on their transponders more away from Tel Aviv since the accident with 2 fuel tankers. But I don't know if those two things are related. But you can go to Flight Radar 24 and see, for example, those are refueling tankers. There's a bunch of them. Some taking off. Some landing. Oh, hey, that's interesting. That's a B-1. So did the B-1 just come from, where did the B-1 come from? So that B-1 was over here by Iran. Did it come all the way from the U.S., the B-1? That's a bomber. But it doesn't appear to be landing in Tel Aviv. Frank thinks it came from the UK. Did it come from the UK? Michael Avery says UK. Our viewers are saying UK. Several of our viewers say that. They think UK. Fairford, UK? Thanks for letting me know. Some of our viewers have been on top of this. They say they're in the UK. They've been taking off from there. They are based near me in the UK, says IC Pass. Thank you for letting me know. Those are heavy bombers. Benny Hill says they were stationed a couple days ago. Al Jazeera reported a few days ago that 3 B-1 bombers touched down at RAF Fairford in the UK after what is believed to be the first American strike mission against Iran launched from a British base. Keir Starmer had said on March 1st that he would allow the U.S. to use British bases for the defensive purpose of destroying Iranian missiles at the source. Thanks, by the way, to, I really appreciate that, Joseph SAI2HT. Thanks so much for the memberships, Joseph. Joseph gave a bunch of memberships. Joseph SAI2HT, thank you. Please thank Joseph if you got a membership. Also, thanks Karen Sherwood for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that, Karen Sherwood. Also, Lotto the Gamer and God Frieza from New Zealand. Thanks, God Frieza. What's going on at Dubai Airport? I don't know. Let's see. Are the planes at all? Any of those waiting planes landing? So I saw a claim online that they had suspended flights at the airport. I'm not sure about that. But what are these planes doing now? That one's still circling. Did any of the planes that were circling leave? So that plane was that was from Perth to Dubai, and it started circling over here, and now it's over here. Two of them just went off radar, said one of the viewers. I feel like a few days ago there was something at the airport and planes were circling. And then when they started landing again, they were no longer on the transponder. So maybe a bunch of them just went off of radar. One of the viewers said the B-1 is refueling. Right here. You're saying this is going to refuel? Because there's a refueling tanker there that's circling, and then there's the B-1, right? Actually, what I can do is do this. Multi-select. Select both of them. There you go. Maybe refueling going on. IC Pass says they have been landing back at Fairford in the UK around 6:30 a.m. Echoing Echo says a B-1 carries the big loads. Oh, their altitudes are a bit different right now, as one of our viewers mentioned. They're 3,000 feet apart, but maybe this is going to change. I don't know. Full Moon says CENTCOM's Twitter showed B-1 refueling 2 hours ago. Breezy thinks there are about 17 planes circling, waiting to land in Dubai. Thank you, Big Fish Coffee, for being a member. A-Rock thinks the tanker is going over the B-1 right now. Ma Florida says, I've never seen a B-1 refueling on flight radar before. I can't be sure it is myself, but a number of our viewers saying this is going to be a B1 refueling. Elsa Jean thinks that Trump needs to cut bait and work on things back home. Thanks to Abby G Y5D for being a member. Thanks Sparky the Human for being a member. Again, Flight Radar 24 is at flightradar24.com. What we can do, I wonder if you can see, if you're on 3D, if we do 3D view, can we see it? There's that one. Let's do 3D view. Well, that's not what I want to do. Oh, I got to get out of multi-view. .3D view. So this is the tanker. Where's the other plane? There it is. Can you see it though, or are you just seeing that the? I don't think we get to see the other little model of it or diagram of it or whatever, picture of it. See, it says 20,200, and this one is 22,000. See this? Now it says 20,500, 20,700. $20,900. Where'd it go? 20,900. They're almost at the same altitude. Look at this. Wow. Refueling. We're probably seeing refueling. Now they're only 700 feet apart in altitude. Look at this, lined up. Now the tanker is ahead of the B1, 500 feet away. What if we do? Can we do a 3D view from this one? No, get rid of that. Get rid of that. There, 3D view. That's the bomber, and that's the bomber, and then there's the tanker right there. Not really a good diagram of the B1, but The altitude is just 300 feet difference. $200 difference altitude. Wow, crazy. 100 feet difference in altitude. One of the viewers said, it's amazing we can even pull something off that complex. Thank you, Mum of 41972. Gimmer Strike says, that is impressive. Same altitude, breaking news. They're at the same altitude. Wow. Both at 22,000 feet. I think we're seeing them refueling. We're seeing the B-1 refuel. Wow. How about that? $3D view, I don't know what you're going to see. Oh, look at that. See, 3D view. You don't see both. You just see that you see one and then the other. That's the other plane in front of it. It's not very visual, though. I think that's better. Thank you, Mum of 41972. Thank you. Also, Abby G for being a member. They see they are at the same altitude. Looks like the refueling is going on. Thanks, Paul G for the memberships. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Again, guys, you can go to Flight Radar 24 and maybe you can see other refuelings over there. FlightRadar24.com. Look at that. They're just lined up. They're lined up. I mean, I'm really in pretty tight on these. That's why it's moving so fast. I'm pretty zoomed in. They are really right next to each other. Oh, I think that's it. It looks like maybe, am I right here? Is that it? Refueling over? Maybe? Maybe? Altitude is still the same. Good eye by the chat seeing this was going to happen. Up, now they're not at the same height anymore. Oh, now they are again. One said 2225. Oh, nope, 2975. See? Not at the same height, but they still are again. We'll see what happens. They're at the same height again. One of the viewers said the B1 will climb. It's interesting. They're still at the same height. I wonder when they split up. Yes, this is on Flight Radar 24 live. One of the Evia says maybe it's refueling another one that has its transponder off. But would then the third one be so close? Again, this is over the Mediterranean Sea. Hold on a moment here. Is there a pre-alert? I'm not seeing any alert. Somebody said there was an alert. I'm not seeing that. Not seeing it. Thank you, Jennifer Smith, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Cyrus the Virus. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Sterling K20 from the UK. Thank you, Sterling K. Up. Now we have, as one of our viewers just said, it looks like maybe one plane is going away. We'll see. The tanker. Possibly. I don't know that that's the right, I don't know if that's the exact path it's taking there. This is above the Mediterranean Sea. Thanks, Jonathan Sharp, for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Jonathan Sharp. Thank you. I was hoping to show you them going away from each other, but they haven't really yet. Checking back in on Dubai, where there's been a drone hit a fuel tank at the airport there. And you can see there are some planes still circling, waiting to land in Dubai. I don't want multi-select. Did the two other planes ever separate? There is the B1. These didn't separate yet. Thank you, C.H. Grumpy Bear. Thank you, C.H. Grumpy Bear, for your support. Hey, you know what? I just realized the B1 is no longer being... The B1 is off of a transponder. Maybe they have to have their transponders on while the refueling is going on for some sort of safety reason. Because I just realized the B1... See all of that black for B1? That's not actual tracking. That's estimated tracking. So maybe it had to have its tracking on until the refueling happened. KSB says they don't want more mid-air collisions. Interesting. That was interesting. Seemed like we got to see a refueling. I'm just going to take, I need 1 minute here. Just give me 1 minute. That's too big. 1 minute. Hold on. All right, we're back. See if I have any updates for you. Oh, the volume's on. Excuse me. Excuse me. How many ships passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the past day? 3. And it's possible those were all allowed to pass through. 3 passed through in the past day. There have been no new Israeli ship attacks in over 72 hours. The White House took down the video of the audio on Air Force One. Maybe they'll just post the video of it, but they took down the audio. Thank you, Fabio Ferreira. Fabio thinks China is going to attack Taiwan. That's what Fabio thinks. I have not seen any reporting to suggest such a thing is imminent. Oil prices, it's getting loud there. It's starting to rain. Starting to rain. Oil prices are very close to what they were when the market opened a few hours ago. WTI crude is almost the same, down about 0.3%, and Brent crude is up less than 1%. WTI is at roughly 98.40, and Brent crude is at roughly 104. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned some planes in Dubai are diverting now, it looks like. Because that one was going to Dubai and it circled around for a while. Now it's going away from Dubai airport. This one was circling, was headed to Dubai, and now it's going away from, maybe going to Abu Dhabi, I'm not sure. This one was circling, well, it's still circling, I don't know. So it looks like maybe some planes are just leaving the, yeah, that was heading to Dubai, and now that's going somewhere else. So it looks like a bunch of planes are not going to land at Dubai airport like they were supposed to. That's what it looks like. Because there was a fire at Dubai airport when a drone hit a fuel tank. Oh, sorry. I had missed this before. Thanks, Faye Tux Moose, for mentioning this. I'm sorry. Some viewers mentioned this too. I had missed this before. They actually announced that flights had been suspended there. The Dubai media office said that the Dubai Civil Aviation Authority announces the temporary suspension of flights at Dubai International Airport as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of all passengers and staff. There was a big fire when a drone hit a fuel tank. I don't know what was damaged there besides the fuel tank or whatever, how much the damage is, but travelers are advised to contact their respective airlines for the latest updates regarding their flights. Was Dubai Airport even fully open? I don't know. to look that up. Dubai, I believe, had been under partial operations because of the war situation. Reduced capacity. But I mean, there were certainly a number of planes that were supposed to land there. Oh, hey, by the way, Faytux just spotted a story from Axios. Faytux News spotted a story from Axios. Axios says that Trump is weighing a seizure of Karg Island, which would require boots on the ground. I mean, we've been talking about this. You know, Karg Island is this island off the coast of, it's Iranian, off the coast of the mainland, where 90% of Iran's oil gets exported through Karg Island. Trump bombed military sites on Karg Island military targets a couple days ago. He threatened to bomb the oil infrastructure. So Axios says that Trump is weighing a seizure of Karg Island that would require U.S. boots on the ground if tankers remain bottled up in the Persian Gulf. Oh, thank you so much, Ron J. Hey, Ron, that's really nice of you. Thanks so much, Ron J. I really appreciate that. Schaff thinks it will be a disaster. QXR thinks he wants to steal the oil there. I mean, an idea behind doing it would be to, you know, have leverage over Iran, in theory. There's all kinds of difficulties involved with possibly doing that. The Saunders says if boots hit the ground, stuff is going to light up. So we talked about this a bunch earlier in the stream, but just to remind you of a couple things. You know, The Economist said America could probably seize Karg Island. What would happen next is less clear. America would have to hold territory within easy range of Iranian missiles and drones. It may hope to use Karg to press Iran to make a deal, but the regime is stubborn. Oil markets would be spooked by a further loss of supply and the prospect of a longer ground war. Then we're talking about something else about Karg Island as well. Let's see here. The Washington Post said such a mission, a ground operation on Karg Island, would make U.S. troops vulnerable to attacks by Iranian drones and other missiles, and potential IEDs or other defenses hidden on the island. The New York Times says that if Trump tried to seize Karg Island, then the U.S. would have to protect an occupying force from remnants of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which could launch strikes from the shore or small boats or blow up the pipelines that supply the port facilities there on the island with Iranian oil. Tuckerman says, for all those options, we're talking weeks of war. Hey, thanks so much, AZ Intel's dad. Redden, AZ Intel's dad. That's so generous of you. Thank you for all your support, AZ Intel's dad. Thank you. So nice of you. I appreciate it. Again, Axios reports tonight that President Trump is weighing a seizure of Karg Island, weighing seizing it with ground troops. When was last time Iran launched a missile? There was a what was I going to say? I forget. I'll remember in a second. There was something else I was going to show you. Oh, people said, when was the last time Israel fired a missile? So several hours ago, we covered a missile alert in Tel Aviv where I believe one missile was fired. Then there was one like an hour ago. It was while I was eating and I didn't cover it because it was in southern Israel and I don't have a camera from there anyway. Oh, I'm seeing a report about Japan. Hold on a moment here. Let's see. What did they have to say? They said something. Let's see here. I'm not actually seeing it from Japan Press, so I don't know if that's true. There was a claim that Japan had said they weren't going to send ships to help with the Strait of Hormuz, but I actually have not seen that report in Japanese press. Thanks, Game On, for watching. Mark Caputo, who's with Axios, who co-wrote the new Axios story tonight, says, Trump is working to assemble a coalition of countries to reopen the Hormuz Strait, but if it remains closed, chances increase for a Karg Island invasion to choke Iran's lifeblood. Trump is hoping, multiple outlets say Trump is hoping to announce a coalition of countries to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Axios says he hopes to announce it later this week. Trump said tonight he demands some other countries help the U.S. secure the Strait of Hormuz. He said the U.S. is in talks with 7 countries. Axios says a U.S. official said Trump and senior officials spent the weekend working the phones to assemble the multinational coalition. The White House is calling it a Hormuz coalition. No country has publicly committed yet. Also, the Axios says that countries will be asked to commit ships, command and control support, drones, and other military assets. Full Tang says, I thought Iran was almost defeated. Stickler for Change thinks they won't take that risk yet. Thanks so much to God Frieza from NZ, from New Zealand. Thank you. Oh, and AZ Intel's dad, thanks for the memberships. More memberships, this time from AZ Intel's dad. Thank you. Please thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Benny Hill, for your support. I really appreciate that. Benny Hill. Benny, I can't really read your caption on the air. But thank you. Richard Vertrees thinks Trump needs to take it himself and charge Europe and others a passage fee. Should we do the poll again of will Trump try to take Karg Island? Why not? Let's see here. I just got to post it on Facebook. Just got to post it on Facebook. Draymond Taylor says only if he has to. Okay, I asked you guys, will Trump try to take Karg Island? New poll. Let's see what people say. Over on YouTube, here is the current vote on YouTube. 77% yes. Here is the result on Twitch. %83% yes. Oops, sorry, hold on. I got to get this back. No, we need the live chat. There we go. Okay. There we go. We got 76% on. Nope, messed up again. Here's the poll. 76% on YouTube, 79% on Twitch. Danny G thinks it would not be a smart move. DG thinks people will lose their lives. I don't know that Iran would strongly defend the island. Like, I don't know they're going to put a lot of troops on the island to defend it. I have no idea. I mean, another thing they could do is just try to attack the U.S. As I was mentioning from what a couple of the articles said, they could try to attack the U.S. troops once they're on the island, just by, I think it's 15 miles offshore. So they could shoot drones, for example, and missiles at the island. One of the viewers said, H833 says, any troops landing there are just sitting ducks. Steeler fan Matt says, only way we take the island is if the Iran shoreline plus 100 miles in is secured. Wait for them to land in boom, says one of our viewers. Not a good idea at all. Thanks for voting in our poll. About 3/4 of you think that Trump will try to take Kharg Island. What happened over there on Facebook with the poll? 96% on Facebook said yes. 96% on Facebook. Somebody asked about the people living on Kharg Island, which is an interesting question. Gemini AI says there are about 20,000 people who live there. They have military defenses and oil infrastructure. So, but many, workers live there, like from oil workers and people related to the oil industry live there with their families. Jerusalem Post said about 20,000 people live on the island. So, anyways, then there's this question of I assume Iran will not evacuate the island in advance. So if the U.S. took over the island, how would it deal with the people on the island? Reef Hound thinks it would take 2 hours to take the island. The problem is if Iran is willing to destroy it in response. If they do, they are committing economic suicide. QXR thinks it is super risky. We the People thinks he has no option but to take it. Hey, thanks to BBG512 for the memberships. That's really nice of you, BBG512. Thank you. Also, Rooster D. Thank you, Rooster D, for your support. Thank you, Ahmet from Turkey. Ahmet Kaya from Turkey. Thanks for watching and your support. Ahmet says, Trump's unyielding love for the islands. Thanks also, ammunition expert, who says, take island, destroy fuel pumps, retreat, deny delivery of repairing materials, so the leverage remains by easily reparable infrastructure, but no constant troops on ground needed. I mean, another option, as ammunition expert says, is destroying some of the island. Although, again, if you make some small, Ammunition X says deny delivery of repairing materials. So that seems like you're talking about having some kind of naval blockade of the island, which adds some risk in there. But there is that option of just trying to destroy oil infrastructure rather than take the island. But one worries there is that anything you do to keep the island from producing oil and keep the island from shipping oil is going to be something which could raise the oil price. Also, another possible, if you think there might be regime change there in Iran, you don't want to hurt the coming regime by destroying their Karg Island and making it so that they can't earn money from it. I don't know what's going to happen. Thank you, Ammunition Expert. Thank you, Big Dog Gaming. Thank you, Dino Nuggies and Jelly Hugo for your support on Twitch. Oh, an official told Axios that Trump is drawn to the idea of seizing Karg Island outright because it would constitute an economic knockout of the regime. Now, something else Axios points out is it could trigger Iranian strikes against oil facilities and pipelines across Gulf countries. Remember, there's already, 2,500 Marines on the way as of a couple days ago, already coming into the region? New ones? TJF says Trump's going to blow it up and then have U.S. companies built and run oil facilities in 3 years? Oh, AFP says Japan says it is not considering maritime security operations after President Trump called for other countries to send warships. That's what AFP says. OSIN Technical found that. Let's see. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. Now this is, wait a second here. Where am I here? Okay, hold on. I'm just checking up to see if I have any more on that story about what Japan said. Let's see. Give me a moment here. I just saw that thing. One of our viewers had mentioned this before. Where is it here? Where was this post here? AFP said Israel said we still have thousands of targets in Iran and are identifying new ones every day, said an Israeli military spokesperson. I hadn't heard that yet. And hold on here. Anyway, sorry, AFP reported Japan says it is not considering maritime security operations after Trump called for other countries to send warships to help protect the Strait of Hormuz. I haven't seen that other places about Japan, but I'll keep an eye out. Hey, Mitchell Pilot, if you're talking about the ISW report, we read the whole thing on the air. But maybe you're talking about a different update. Oh, we read their report. There's an evening update too. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot. I'll mention that in a second. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. And truth is more important. Thank you. That's an interesting idea. Truth is more important. I don't know that I can or would do that, but that's an interesting idea. Thank you. Truth is more important. I appreciate that. Also, Josh Barnes. Thank you, Josh Barnes. I appreciate that. I have too much open on my desktop. I need to close some things here. Too much open. Thank you to Long Island Low Roller. Thank you. So the Institute for the Study of War, we read their special report earlier, so I'm not going to go into all of that again. But they had a new update tonight. Let's see here. Why is all this stuff open? Oh, I see what happened here. They said Iran is reportedly using Russian-produced, possibly modified Shahed drones to target U.S. bases and Gulf countries, according to Ukrainian intelligence. President Zelensky of Ukraine told CNN he has seen intelligence which 100% confirms that Iran has used Russian-produced Shahed drones with Russian details. Now, I cannot confirm that myself. I think it's certainly in Ukraine's interest for the U.S. to think that Russia is supplying Iran with drones, but I don't know if that's happening. I can't confirm it myself. That's one thing they said. They say Iranian officials are attempting to obscure Iran's responsibility for recent drone and ballistic missile attacks targeting Gulf states, likely to try to strain relations between the U.S. and Israel and Gulf countries. They say U.S. and Israeli intelligence reportedly assess that the Revolutionary Guard is making decisions because Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is wounded. CBS News reported that the U.S. government believes the Revolutionary Guard is calling the shots. If you want to read more on that update from tonight and see some maps of strikes, where strikes are launched and that kinds of things, we looked at this earlier. This was interesting. This was this graphic of how many drones and cruise missiles and ballistic missiles were launched by Iran at the UAE, and you can see the numbers just greatly drop off over time, especially with the drones there. Although they're firing more drones, it seems like it's Saudi Arabia lately, or at least increased number. I don't know. I have to look at the numbers. I'll post a link to this report. You can read the whole evening report from the Institute for the Study of War. And yeah, it looks like the drones being fired at Saudi Arabia have gone up, because we know that there's been tonight dozens, I want to say close to 40 or around there, fired at Saudi Arabia. So you can see the first few days there were not many drones fired at Saudi Arabia, and that number in the last week has really gone up. I'll post a link to this report too. This is from Institute for the Study of War. You can check out that there as well. That's understandingwar.org. I think the cameraman is asleep. I think the cameraman is asleep. It's so weird. The White House had Trump's audio from the Q&A on Air Force One posted, and they took it down, and they never posted the video of it. So it's just not there anymore. Jason Brown says, so is the USA not taking Greenland and Canada now? One moment, just a second here. Reuters has an article on this now. Trump eyes Hormuz coalition. Seizure of Iran's Karg Island oil hub, possibly. Axios reports. Reuters says, President Trump is working to assemble a coalition of countries to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and is hoping to announce it later this week. That's kind of a short article. But they also said, Axios, that he is considering seizing Karg Island. Here's the other article. Trump demands other countries help secure vital Strait of Hormuz as Iran vows defiance. President Trump said today his administration is talking to 7 countries about helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz, calling on them to help protect ships in the vital waterway that Tehran has mostly blocked to oil tanker traffic. With the conflict creating turmoil across the Middle East and shaking up global energy markets in its third week, Trump insisted that nations relying heavily on oil from the Gulf have a responsibility to protect the strait. He said, I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it is their territory. It's the place from where they get their energy. Though he declined to identify the 7 governments his administration has contacted, Trump said this weekend he expected many countries would send warships to allow shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. He said in a social media post he hoped China, France, Japan, South Korea, Britain, and others would participate. And in an interview with the Financial Times today, Trump ratcheted up pressure on European allies to help protect the Strait of Hormuz, warning that NATO faces a very bad future if its members fail to come to Washington's aid. One of our viewers said, China can pass, why would they go? Meaning China, ships have been allowed to pass carrying Iranian oil to China. Northeast Fly said, then why did he tell Great Britain that the war was already won? Dozer Cam Doom thinks Trump needs to finish this on his own. Don't ask for handouts. Karen Moore, our viewer, says Karg Island, just in case you thought all of this was not about oil. Muhammad says, what do you think will be the impact of the war on the UK and business markets? That's a little big topic for me, but I mean, a lot depends on how long does this war go on? A week? 2 weeks? Months? Does the Strait of Hormuz open up soon or not? These are going to have big impacts. Thanks, Mohammed, for writing in. Long Island Low Roller, thank you. Did you? And said Delta Force sent in for Iran's leader? Are you saying you think that's happening? I have not heard any kind of reporting saying that Delta Force was sent in for Iran's leader. I mean, of course it could happen, but I don't know why we'd be hearing such a report unless there was a horrendous leak. Or are you saying you think that's happening? Thanks to Long Island Low Roller. Long Island Low Roller says it's true. Again, I don't know where where the report is coming from. There is a Facebook page which claims this is true yesterday. I mean, I don't know where they're getting it from. So what can I say? If I see any kind of sourcing I consider reliable on that, I'll certainly let you know. Thank you again, Long Island Low Roller. I appreciate it. Thank you, Rob Reports. Thank you, Mackinder, who says, do you think Iran is watching the oil market as well as we are? Oh, I'm sure they're watching it because they want to try to put as much pressure as they can on the U.S. and Israel and Gulf countries and want to know what kind of pressure they're putting on them. So I'm sure they're very closely watching it. Long Island Roller says friend's son is part of Delta Force. So you're saying your friend's son is part of Delta Force and that he is telling people that Delta Force has gone in? that wouldn't make him a very good Delta Force member, would it? If he's just telling random people that they've gone into Iran? Seems like that'd be the thing he wouldn't want to do, is tell anybody. Again, I can't say for sure what's happening. I don't have that information. I just, I don't find the sourcing reliable. The BMAX thinks this war is going to end soon, not even a month. This is interesting. There's an article in the Washington Post tonight about Iran waging economic war. And one thing they said, which is quite interesting, they talked to a former U.S. diplomat who's now at Columbia University, Richard Nephew. Richard Nephew said, there's going to be a change to the default assumption that there is no risk for operating in a place like Dubai. The risk premium for doing business in the Gulf was always assumed to be essentially zero. The Post says no longer in recent weeks the aura of safety that lured financial professionals to the Persian Gulf from around the world has been shattered. Those with the most at stake are Iran's neighbors, including the UAE and Qatar, which have marketed themselves to global audiences as ultra safe for individuals and their money. These fast modernizing sheikdoms have remade their economies in recent years, diversifying away from oil and gas into tourism, finance, trade, and AI. Truth WSYF says, we'll see what else happens. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I realized? The White House did post the Trump video. They just didn't post it as a live video. That's what it was. So I was like, why did they delete the audio and not post the video? So that was my bad. The White House did post the video. Hey, I want to show you this. We didn't get to see the video before. So I want to play this. I know we heard the audio before, but I'd kind of like to see Trump. I think it's important. Trump spoke a couple hours ago on Air Force One, and he took a bunch of questions on the war. So I thought that would be helpful to look at that, because we haven't even seen the video. So let me just pull this up here for us. Hold on. I don't know that I'll play the whole thing, but there he is. See there? I'll say earlier tonight. But you'll hear him talking about trying to assemble the coalition. Before I play this, I want to thank our moderators, though. Huge thanks to did I say thanks to Matt Kinder before for your support? Thanks, Matt Kinder. Thanks, Ruth, for moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. She's over there on YouTube right now. We've had Beth Mythical over there as well. And also on Facebook. Oopsie. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Thanks to our subscriber Joshua Randall Wilson Turner, who says, I'm afraid if other countries help, it could escalate enormously. Thanks, Barry Eisler, for subscribing too. And our Twitch moderators, Cerrero, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thanks also, Ived on Twitch for subscribing. All right, let's listen to what some of President Trump had to say. We didn't even catch him at the start of what he said. So let's hear him talk about this coalition. Hopefully, I don't know how, I might have to bump up the audio if the audio is not good.
So we have a lot of things to talk about, but there's not much I can say to you about them. So one of those little problems in life. We had
hold
some
on.
very good results today, as you probably heard, in Iran. Very strong results, militarily results.
Hang on, sorry. Let me fix the audio. I'm going to fix the audio here, and then I'll start.
Are the ones, we don't get oil, very little, 1%, 2%. Hello, everybody. So we have a lot of things to talk about, but there's not much I can say to you about them. So one of those little problems in life. And we had some very good results today, as you probably heard, in Iran. Very strong results, militarily results. We're talking to countries about policing the straits, because they are the ones, we don't get oil, very little, 1%, 2%. China, as an example, gets about 90% of its oil from the Hormuz Strait. And nice to have other countries police that with us. And we'll help, we'll work with them. Militarily, as far as I'm concerned, we've essentially defeated Iran. I guess they can have a little bit of fight back, but not much. Not much. We've taken out their air forces, we've taken out their navy. We've taken out their air defense. There's no air defense whatsoever. We've taken out their leadership times 2 or 3. Might be 3. We'll find out soon. But militarily, it's been amazing. We attacked Karg Island, and we left just the one little area standing, and the standing part is where they have the pipes, all the oil pipes come in. And we can do that on 5 minutes notice. We have it all locked and loaded and ready to go if we want to do it. But we chose not to do it. I chose not to do it yet. We'll see what happens. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. I don't think they're ready. Just on what I'm hearing, they want to negotiate badly, as they should. But I don't think they're ready to do what they have to do. But I think they will be ready at some point. But we're doing very well with respect to that whole situation in Iran. We are talking to other countries about working with us on the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's great too. But remember, like as an example, in many cases, they're NATO countries. We're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. It's got an ocean in between us. Doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open. That, by comparison, is a small. It's small because Iran has very little firepower left. Their missiles are down to a low number. You see, they're shooting very few of them. You know why? Because they don't. And because we've decimated their manufacturing capability. Likewise, the drones are way down. They're down to about 20% of what they had. Still have some, and they, pretty tough. But the drones are down, and we're starting hitting. As of yesterday, we're hitting places where they manufacture the drones. We think most of which we know where they are. So it's a very strong military operation, just as it was in Venezuela. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far, not even a contest. And I think people understand that. And we will finish the job.
Mr. President, which countries have said that they will help?
Well, I can't say yet. It's a little early. They were contacted today and last night. But we've had some positive response. We had a few that would rather not get involved.
Is China one of them?
I don't want to tell you about that. I mean, I can't really say for sure, but China's an interesting case study. They get most of their oil, as you know, by far. They get a lot, about 90% from the strait. So I said, would you like to come in and we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. There's some other.
I just want to interrupt for 2 seconds because I checked this because President Trump said China gets 90% of their oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And according to Reuters, Reuters says that the oil from Iran is about 13% of the oil that China imports. About 13% of its imports. That's according to Reuters. Just to clarify. I just read it in the article right now. And I'm looking at another article here that talks about China's imports. Yes, they import oil from lots of countries. Yes, and the New York Times also says Iran is 13% of China's imports. Sorry, I noticed that and I was like, is that true? So I just wanted to let you know because I had looked it up. Okay, anyways, I'm going to hit play again.
There are deeper reasons why they may not. They should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I've said years ago, I said, why are we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why aren't they doing it? And that's because we had weak leadership, to be honest with you. But I'm bringing it up now because I think even long term, I think it's something that other countries should help us with.
How many other countries, Mr. President?
And again, remember this about South.
Hold on a second. Just in terms of that though, there's the oil that comes from Iran and there's the oil that comes through the Strait. Now, how much are they buying that's coming through the Strait of Hormuz? That's a different question. Okay. So he said, I'd have to go back and listen to what he said. Did he say they get 90% from Iran or 90% from the Strait, or did he say both of those things? I don't know how much of China's oil imports goes through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they do import from countries like, some of the countries they import from are Russia and Brazil, which I don't think would go through the Strait of Hormuz, Malaysia, Canada, but maybe some of the countries certainly could go through the Strait of Hormuz. So again, I do not know how much of China's imports go through the Strait of Hormuz, whether or not it's coming from Iran. That's an interesting question. If I find out, I'll let you know. I just saw China gets about, I have the answer for you. The U.S. Energy Information Administration, according to them, we know who they are. Are they government or not? They're in D.C. I think they're a government organization. They are... All right. Anyways, they say that China gets 37 to 40% of its total imports through the Strait of Hormuz. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to hang up on this, but I wanted to give you a good figure here. I'll have to look at this. All right, let's go back to Trump. I'll keep doing some research here.
How many other? I think even long term, I think it's something that other countries should help us with.
How many other countries, Mr. President?
And again, remember this about 7. We talked to about 7. Just remember that it's something that we don't need, and these countries do need. And yet, for years, it's like for years we've been maintaining it, doing a great job. And now that the war is, now that they've been diminished in terms of military, their military has been greatly diminished. I think it's a good thing for other countries to come in. Now, it would have been nice, as I said to the Prime Minister of the UK, who sort of was reluctant to put his 2 aircraft carriers into harm's way. That would be 2 weeks ago. And as soon as we demolished, essentially, pretty much demolished them, not over yet, but pretty much we're in great shape, let's put it that way, as everybody knows. He said, we'd like to send our aircraft carriers. I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want them before we start the war. So whether it's, whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
How soon, sir, would this begin?
Well, it started immediately, but it will take a little time to get here. Some of the countries have minesweepers, that's good. Some of the countries have a certain type of boat that could help us. Some of the countries would be, helpful. Remember, it only takes a couple of people to screw up the strait, a couple of terrorists. You don't need, their military is defeated, but all you need is a few people dropping mines here and there, and, you louse it up. So we need, I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory, because it is their territory. It's the place from which they get their energy, and they should come and they should help us protect it. You could make the case that maybe we shouldn't even be there at all, because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We're the #1 producer anywhere in the world ×2, by double, at least double. Now I think it's much higher than that. But we do it. It's almost like we do it for habit. But we also do it for some very good allies that we have in the Middle East.
Sir, you mentioned that Iran wants to make a deal. However, earlier today, we heard their foreign minister say they never said they wanted to make a deal, and that they'll do whatever they can to defend Iran.
What they tell you and what they tell the public, I just put out a truth about their disinformation. I assume most of you saw it. But they used AI. They said they attacked the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of the largest ships in the world, an aircraft carrier, and they show pictures of it burning. It was never attacked, it was never burning. The Wall Street Journal put out a false story that 5 of our big, beautiful tankers that we feed the planes with, give the planes the gas, jet fuel, hundreds of thousands of gallons of gasoline, that they were all essentially destroyed. They weren't destroyed at all. In fact, 4 of them were not even, literally were not damaged. And 1 of them has slight damage and will be back in the air soon. But if you read the Wall Street Journal, it's like they were totally decimated and destroyed, like Iran has been. So they put out phony stories. The kamikaze boats. The kamikaze boats don't exist. They're fake. And you can almost see that when you look at them. It looks great, yeah. Because if they did exist, we'd hit them just like we hit other boats all over the place. But they don't exist. In fact, some of the people say, where are the boats? How come nobody's seen the boats? You know why? Because it's AI generated. It's fake. And I found, I didn't realize this before we started, but Iran is known for a lot of fake news. And they deal with our fake news. And I actually think it's pretty criminal because our media companies, who have no credibility whatsoever, are putting out information that they know is false, and it's a very dangerous thing for the country. I think they could be in serious jeopardy.
Mr. President, your PAC put out a fundraising email a couple of days ago, and it's being criticized for using official White House photos of you at the dignified transfer. And the PAC is also promising access to secret.
Well, I was at the dignified transfer, unlike a lot of other people.
Do you think it's an appropriate email to send? Your critics are saying that you're fundraising.
I didn't see it. I mean, somebody puts it up. We have a lot of people working for us, but there's nobody that's better to the military than me. And all you have to do is look at the election, look at the election results, look at the kind of votes that we get, look at the poll numbers. There's nobody that's ever been higher as a president than me with the military.
Can you guys comment on the 6 dead soldiers? ABC News.
One of the worst, most fake, most corrupt.
Can you give a comment on the dead soldiers?
You know what ABC News? I think it's maybe the most corrupt news organizations on the planet. I think they're terrible. Okay, I don't want any more from ABC.
Right here.
You're much better.
Thank you, sir. What's Israel doing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, they're working with us. The relationship with Israel, that was other fake news. They were saying, oh, did I have an argument with Bibi? No, we really get along well. And he would tell you we're leading the whole thing. And I can say it or not say it, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to get it done. But my relationship with Bibi Netanyahu is, I would say, extraordinary, actually.
If I can
go ahead.
When you called for the people of Iran to rise up, overthrow their government, what's going on there? They haven't done that. Did you expect them to?
You're dealing with thugs. You're dealing with horrible people. You're dealing with people that are violent and vicious. And that's the leadership and the people right under them, their military or their police. And they've notified everybody, and they put out statements that if you protest, you're going to be shot and killed. The protesters have no guns. And I know you're a brave person, but I don't think you'd be protesting. And so I think it's very hard for them to protest. I fully understand it. They said, if you protest, you will be killed. A week ago and 2 weeks ago, they killed 32,000 protesters, at least. We think the number's much higher than that. They shot and killed 32,000 protesters who were greatly enthusiastic and want to see a change because they've destroyed the country. The people that are running have destroyed the country. But think of it, they shot and killed much more than 32,000 people. Now they put out a notice 2 days ago that we're going to shoot and kill any protester. And they don't have guns, meaning the protesters, they have no guns. So I can fully understand why they're not doing it. Oh, one other thing that was AI generated, they showed about 250,000 people in a square saying how much they love Khamenei. Totally AI generated. It never took place. The media knew it didn't take place, but they built it up like they have great support. They don't have support. And that whole rally that they had 3 days ago, 4 days ago, that they said was fake. It was AI generated. AI can be very dangerous. We have to be very careful with it. But the rally, because I was actually surprised to see, because I know how much the people hate this leadership. This leadership has destroyed the country. The rally that everybody, including ABC Fake News, your network is the worst. But everybody put that rally on. Like, oh, and even I was surprised. I looked. It turned out, I found out today, it was a totally AI-generated fake news story put out by news organizations in the U.S. and elsewhere. And honestly, they really shouldn't be allowed to do it.
Mr. President, are there any diplomatic talks going on between the U.S. and Iran at all right now?
Yeah. We're talking to them.
What are the
but I don't think they're ready. But they're getting pretty close.
I
don't know that I want to make a deal because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with because most of their leadership has been killed, as you know, right? So I don't even know that we want to make a deal. They want to make a deal badly, yes.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran's military has been decimated economically in other ways. Are you ready to officially declare victory?
No, I don't want to do that. There's no reason to. I think I'd just say they're decimated, but I wouldn't do that. I think that we've done damage to them right now. If we left right now, it would take them 10 years and more to rebuild. But I'm still not declaring it over. Our military is incredible. The job they've done is just incredible. And the problem is that when you look at fake stories written by you people, written by and generated by AI, it's incredible. And I just wonder, like Jeff, do you know that these are fake stories? Did you know that the rally of 250,000 people, the supposed rally, was fake? Did you know that?
I saw the reporting on it.
But you wrote about it. You talked about it. And you knew it was fake. It was AI generated.
No, I didn't know it was fake.
You did. You knew it. You knew it.
Sir, have you talked about
Anybody that knew the country knew there's not 250,000 people willing to stand in a circle and say how great Khamenei is. Okay.
So are you unhappy that
you talk about the military objectives?
Yeah.
What about political leadership in Iran? What type of leadership?
We have people. Some are dead, but we have some people that we think would be good. I mean, we'll see about that.
Is that
it's something we talk about. See what happens.
Sir, you talked about selling oil futures.
5,000 Marines and sailors. Can you say why
You're
you're
a very obnoxious person. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I wanted to ask if you talked about about selling oil futures as a way of capping prices, trying to keep prices down at the pump.
The prices are going to come tumbling down as soon as it's over, and it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Do you have any concerns about the political impacts of this? I mean,
I have to do what's right. You know, political, I'm sure everybody has concern. I have to do what's right. I can't say that, you know, gee, I don't want to have any impact on oil prices for 3 or 4 weeks or 2 months, and we're going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon and blow up the entire Middle East and beyond, right? Because, you know, they were going to blow up the Middle East. If I didn't terminate the Obama horrible deal, the Iran nuclear deal it's called, if I didn't terminate that in my first term, they would have already had a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it immediately upon getting it. And if I didn't send in the B-2 bombers to bomb the hell out of it and obliterate, and that's what it was, we obliterated that site and stopped all their potential nuclear. If I didn't do that, you would have had Israel and the Middle East hit by nuclear weapons. And we wouldn't be talking about this right now. What I did in terminating the Iran nuclear deal, and what I did in sending in the B-2 bombers, it was one of the most incredible attacks anyone's ever seen. Late at night, dark, no moon, and every single bomb went right down those chutes and blew the whole place apart. If I didn't do that, you would have had nuclear warfare in the Middle East, and I think Israel would have been obliterated. I think lots of the Middle East would have been. And you saw that when they sent thousands of missiles to countries that didn't expect anything. They didn't think they were going to be involved. And yet you look at what happened with Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. You take a look at Qatar. I mean, they sort of got along. And all of a sudden they're being barraged by missiles. These people would have used nuclear on the entire Middle East. And that was their plan, take over the whole Middle East. And it failed with the nuclear. And then they had thousands of missiles. And for the most part, largely, we've now destroyed those missiles. Thank you very much, everybody.
One other topic.
Thank you.
Tell us about Cuba. You're talking to Cuba. What do you want to hear from them, and
well,
what is that risk to them?
I am holding Cuba. Cuba's a failed nation. Cuba also wants to make a deal. And I think we will pretty soon, or either make a deal or do whatever we have to do. We have a lot of great people that happen to vote for Trump. Not that that matters, but we have a lot of great people from Cuba that were violently and viciously thrown out of the country, and worse, their families were killed. And so we're talking to Cuba, but we're going to do Iran before Cuba.
And what is at risk?
And you know,
for
people
Cuba?
have been waiting 50 years to hear this story with Cuba. And when I left Palm Beach today, there were thousands of people on the road. I'm sure you saw them. And they were from Cuba and from Venezuela, all friendly, waving the flag and waving the American flag. They've been waiting 50 years for what's happening with Cuba. So I think something will happen with Cuba pretty quickly.
Do you have an update on the Iran school strike? Is it looking more likely that it was the U.S.'s fault? Maybe the Iran school strike that happened on the first day of the war?
We don't know. That's under investigation.
Mr. President, what do you want to see in a deal with Iran to end the war, and how does that differ from Israel's objectives?
I think we have similar objectives, really, but could be a little bit different. You know, they're there and we're very far away, but I think we probably have pretty similar with Israel. The relationship has been very good. The militaries are very well coordinated. Ours is the strongest by far in the world, and they have a real good military, really good. They have a lot of our weapons. They have our planes, they have our missiles, they have our Patriots, they have a lot of our weapons. We have the best, we make the best weapons in the world. And now what we're doing, as you probably saw, we have the Raytheon and all of the Lockheed, all of these companies are now building plants because we don't want to wait. We make the best weapons, but we don't like to have to wait for them. What we do have, though, is at a very high level, we have unlimited weapons at a medium to high level. And they're really doing the trick. And we're not using they call it the elite weapons, because frankly, they haven't, outside of the original attack, they haven't been necessary. But these companies are building facilities, and they've already started all over many of them are building many buildings right now to make so that we wait 2 weeks instead of 2 years for weapons.
So last week you said that we're nowhere near sending ground troops to the Middle East. Are we still
I
in that
don't talk to
situation?
people like you about that. I mean, why would I tell you I'm sending or not sending? I don't talk about a military strategy. Who would talk about, who would answer a question like that?
Do you have a comment on the 6 service members who passed last week?
Who else?
What do you want to see in the deal? Because earlier you said reportedly that...
Well, you start off with, there will be no nuclear weapons. That's where it starts. And then on top of that, there's plenty of things that we're going to get. Thank you very much.
Comment about Israel?
Okay, so that was President Trump today. Our viewer, hold on. Our viewer, what did I do here? Our viewer, Dan Lampkin, said, did an official from Iran say China could pass through the strait? So China will not send ships to free the strait, to unblock the strait. Not much is going through the strait right now. There was some reporting in the last couple days that Iran was considering allowing some Chinese-linked tankers to go through if the cargo was traded in Chinese yuan. But they're not, as far as I'm aware, they're not blanket allowing Chinese ships to go through. Reportedly, it's something they're considering if the cargo is traded in Chinese yuan. But anyways, but that's all I can say about that. I believe there was some reporting earlier that said some Iranian oil had been allowed to come out of the strait, and I believe most of the Iranian oil goes to China. But really, not much is going through the strait right now. Three ships in the last day. Oopsie, something happened with the feed. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Dan Lampkin, for writing in. What I'm going to do is, by the way, thank you, Larry Talbot, who says better to be feared than loved if you can't have both. Thanks also Javier Rueda, who says the claim about the safety of the zone being decreased is demagogy. He is trying to make as if USA's attack is the cause of the unsafety, while in fact it will be improved when the war ends. Javier thinks that the strait will be improved, the safety in the strait will be improved when the war ends. Thank you, Javier Rueda. I appreciate that. Thanks to Q Revere, who says, how many of those countries that Trump wants to have commit ships to help unblock the Strait of Hormuz, how many of them go through the strait? I think his argument is that a lot of them get oil from the strait, I think. Thank you, Q Revere. But I don't know the answer to your question. Thank you, Marc Etienne LaRouche, by the way. All right, I think we may be getting close to that time, guys. As I do say on our coverage here, this is a marathon, not a sprint. I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but we've had developments every day. But gotta pace ourselves with the coverage. I'm checking for updates right now. 2 more weeks, thinks Golf Wang Puck. I have no idea. But I think it may be getting close to our time. By the way, if some kind of big news happens later, I can always come back on the air. But at this point, I think we're working on maybe wrapping up this live stream. We'll have to see if Trump, will he be able to assemble a coalition of ships and other military resources from other countries to unblock the Strait of Hormuz? Is he going to maybe try to take over Karg Island or try something else with ground forces, like trying to go get the enriched uranium in Iran? I have no idea. I do not know. But we will be bringing you more updates. So I appreciate very much everybody tuning in tonight and today. And excuse me, we'll have more coverage soon. And again, if there's some kind of big news that happens when I'm off the air, I can come on the air and do another stream. Yeah, one of the viewers says, stay tuned. Sunshine says he doesn't have the resources on his own. If you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. And I would suggest sign up for our notifications so you know when we're coming on the air to cover live breaking news. I can't tell you in advance. Depends on when news happens, when we're coming on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, sign up for our free notifications. They work great. The mods will post a link to them in the chat. You can sign up for the notifications with the link also. You'll find the link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would sign up for those. Also, I will post updates as I do on my X account, @Lookner on X. Always posting updates, news updates there when I'm not on the air. So follow me over there, @Lookner on X. But again, I really appreciate everybody tuning in. What am I seeing now? Oh, hold on. There is there's some rocket alerts in the north. So a few alerts. Actually, it says 1 alert right now in northern Israel. Hey, I want to shout out our moderators. Our moderators are fantastic. They are always in the chat room. They are chat rooms. We couldn't have our chat rooms without our moderators. They are keeping everything under control and respectful there. People like Ruth over there on YouTube. Thanks, Ruth, for all of your modding and all of our other YouTube moderators. I really appreciate it. Also on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Huge thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch, all of our moderators, Serrero, I got that fire, Sarah, Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch mods. Big thanks. Oh, thanks to Midtown Mike and Big Dog Gaming on Twitch as well. And huge thanks to everybody who supported the channel tonight. We had a lot of people supporting the channel and also giving people memberships and gift subscriptions. So nice of you. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So huge thanks. I think I thanked everybody, but I really appreciate it. They're going to fix the camera, I think, here. They got to adjust the camera for the daylight. And hey, another good way, by the way, if you're on X, to find out when we're live, I would recommend following us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. Hold on a moment here. What did I not do? Let's see here. And oh, we do have a Discord chat, which is free, where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, the Agenda Free Fan Discord. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Big thanks to our Discord mods over on Discord. Thank you. For those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. It's another good way to find out when we're live streaming. What you got to do is you got to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Big thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there, like Barry Eisler, Christy Claft, thank you, Dolly Clark, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other Facebook subscribers over there, thank you so much. Robert Real II, thanks. And our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street and Shaggy and Jack's Animals, Shells 80, Seed Music, Baby Duck, Midtown Mike, Badass American, Naomi Russo, Stream the Memes. Also, Desi. Thanks for first time chatting, Beer Brewer. Baby Duck, thanks for being a subscriber over there on Twitch. And Old Man Yells at Clouds, Strong One, thank you. G Slayer, thank you. Sedated Psycho, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Oh, thanks Shells80 for the bits too. That's very nice of you, Shells. Thank you. Mr. Mac, thanks for subscribing. Douthis, Baby Duck. All right. And also all of our YouTube members. Thank you. Marin Gobra, Mason D, Bluesy Girl, Berry, Evelyn in Maine, Marty Hagwood. Marty is here. Echoing Echo, the one and only Eric Johnson, Ol McKinney, Lord Cannabis, thanks for being members. Barry Joseph S.A., Mr. QQQ Crash, Unknown, Cogito Ergo Sum, Benny Hill, Echo Park Mom, thank you, members. And Turned Off, and Dozer Cam Doom, thank you. Also, all of our other viewers, people like Naughty Beast, Marty D, KK, Almer Fudge, Solaris, Triple C, Casa, Ola Chow, Noel Gilland, Diane Allworth, Tom Smith, Juliana Martin, Andrea Holder, thank you. By the way, our viewer, the Soul Man, says Riyadh flight circling and not landing. I believe Riyadh overnight shot down about over 50 drones. A bunch of drones fired by Iran at Saudi Arabia overnight. And hold on here. The camera is focusing. Here, this is a plane that was supposed to go to Riyadh, but it seems to be circling right now. That's another plane that's circling instead of landing at Riyadh. So I don't know if there's an issue there or not. Don't know. I'll keep an eye out. Just doing a final check here. Hey, Bitcoin up to 74,000 apparently. Bitcoin is at just about 74,000. All right. I think it is time. I think it is time, guys. All right. So again, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. More coverage coming soon. And if there's big news while we're not on the air, we can jump back on and do another stream. All right. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.